thank you so much for joining for day 2 of the conference on Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, as we all know, is a renowned Kenyan writer who has left his footprint across the world. The world is mourning him, and this is the India chapter which is mourning his passing, but also celebrating his legacy of incredible writing, standing by the dispossessed, asking us to decolonize our minds, and his constant engagement with India, which was talked about at length yesterday by our keynote speaker. So this conference promises to be extremely interesting because of the kind of myriad views that have come in. Recent writing on Ngũgĩ, senior scholars who have worked with Ngũgĩ, who have met Ngũgĩ and have had the privilege of interacting with him and working alongside him, and young scholars who have grown up reading his works and are impacting on him. So this promises to be an absolutely wholesome compendium on the kind of India chapter that we had hoped we would be able to achieve. Yesterday we had 3 very eminent speakers. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Somji, was a close associate of Professor Ngũgĩ, and in fact, he broke down when he was talking about Ngũgĩ. The other 2 speakers, Professor Chimalum Namanko and Professor Joseph McLaren, have been working on Ngũgĩ for a very long time, and they put forward their views on Ngũgĩ. Today, we have a scholar from India. Very interestingly, she was born in Kenya. She also met Professor Ngũgĩ, and I will leave her to share those experiences with us. Professor Sunrita does not need an introduction to the Indian audience per se, but as we will, of course, give a brief introduction to her. And I'm so grateful that she could join us.
Thank you.
Sukrita Paul Kumar, born and brought up in Kenya, was a former fellow of Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla. She held the prestigious Aruna Asaf Ali Chair at Delhi University and honorary faculty at Corfu, Greece. She was an invited resident poet at the prestigious International Writing Program at Iowa, USA. Her most recent collection of poems are Yellow Salt and Pepper, Selected Poems, Vanishing Roads, and Dream Catcher. She has been awarded Rabindranath Tagore Prize in 2024, and in 2022, she was honored with Vishwarang Samman and the Bharat Nirman Award earlier. Her poems have been translated into many Indian and foreign languages. The latest are 2 books of her poems translated into Italian and Japanese, published by Bisamuchi, Rome, and Yumpa, Tokyo, respectively. Her critical books include Narrating Partition and The New Story. She has co-edited many books, including Speaking for Herself, Asian Women's Writing, and Rivers of Thirst. She was director, Katha's Teaching Translation Program, an honorary fellow at HK Baptist University, Hong Kong. She has published many translations and has held exhibitions of her paintings. Currently, she is series co-editor of Writer in Context, volumes published by Routledge UK and South Asia. She is also the guest editor of Indian Literature, a journal published by Sahitya Academy, India. It is indeed an honor, ma'am, to have you amongst us. On a personal note, I've had the privilege of working with Professor Paul Kumar, and it has been an absolute privilege knowing her for so many years. Welcome to the conference, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Nandini, and thank you very much, Mala, and everybody else in the team, the organizing team. I'm absolutely thrilled to be present here with you all. And in terms of celebrating the work of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, who was a dear friend, whom I before I really got to know him personally, I had the opportunity of being in Kenya and witness some of the things that were going on just before Kenya got independence, which is actually the knowledge about what was going on in literature via Ngũgĩ's plays that were earlier banned. They were not being shown. And there was a lot of talk, and my father, being a writer, was very empathetic also with whatever Ngũgĩ was doing. So Ngũgĩ was not only the talk of the town, but it was also the talk of home all the time, because he was a source of inspiration for all creativity and of the kind of struggle that a writer needs to have just before he or she. Sorry, is there an interruption? Do you want me to hold on?
No, please continue. I've muted her.
So he has been a source of inspiration for me throughout. And the key word to that was, I mean, I remember when I heard him actually, when we was in the process of working on his essays, which he put together eventually on, the title of the book is Pen Points, Gun Points, and Dreams. And in that particular book, I mean, one of the things that I want to start with, because I think that was the source of inspiration for me. Let me quote from that book, the last concluding note that he makes. And he says, "For me, dreaming to change the conditions that confine human life is the mission of art, and it is often in conflict with that of the state, as we have known it up to now in Africa and the world in general. In such a situation, art has the right to take up pen points, to write down our dreams for a world in which, at the very least, there are no prisons and gunpoints." And, I mean, this is something that has been, I think, the source of inspiration for me throughout my career. And one of the words that he uses is the need for self-apprehension. And I remember, I mean, not only while we were colonized, and I wasn't alive to see it, but I was alive enough to see in Kenya, because Kenya got its independence much later in 1963. And I was a child then, and I could see that there was a lot of attempt, a lot of desire on the part of the people of Kenya, not just the people of Kenya, but particularly the leadership there, who were basically all the time trying very hard to somewhere develop a certain kind of aesthetics of violence, if one put it that way, aesthetics of violence, aesthetics of resistance, so to speak. And I think the resistance that they vouched for was that through violence primarily, because there was an overpowering presence of the British at the cost of, unlike India, the cost of, elimination, almost dismissal of the African presence in the main city of Nairobi, where I lived. And whenever one wanted to meet, not only meet, but just even see an African, a Black African, it had to be either one had to travel in buses, which nobody else did. Asians and Britishers would not travel by bus, the public mode of conveyance, but also in the homes one could sort of, as domestic help, hire African ayahs or African boys, and we used to just call them house boys. And I still remember our own house boy, Matende, and very fondly I think of him because, charged by the spirit of on the one hand, the state, which was after people like Matende, who we belonged to the Maasai tribe. And we know that Mau Mau movement was very active at that time, extremely active. And but because of the empathy that my father had for, the Maasais, because of the courage and the valor that they showed in terms of resisting, the Britishers the way they did. I think it is, in fact, the first volume of short stories that my father wrote in Urdu, which was called Dharti Ka Kaal, which later I got them translated into the book called Land Lust, were African, but the situation was that of the Asian-African interaction. And that was what he was really dealing with. And with a lot of pain, you could see the pain of the writer in terms of the exercise, or rather the operational racism that you saw all around, even between, forget about the Britishers, even between the Asians and the Africans. So there was this tremendous empathy with a writer like Ngũgĩ. And so I would really honestly think that the situations, as you rightly put it, that there was this tremendous interaction, or rather a comparison that you constantly made with the situation, the way it was in Kenya, and then the comparison with the Indian, context. And also the kind of, he would quote, for instance, Macaulay, when he was talking about the language policy that the Britishers employed wherever they had colonies, and how you might have the bodies of Indians and Africans or whatever, but Macaulay wanted that the spirit should be that of, a middle class, lower middle class Britisher, the white man. And so there was this tremendous kind of a feeling of somewhere subjugation, that one felt if one were to realize the way the colonial powers were working, the way they were strategizing the linguistic policy also. I think language as a strategy of power, the way it was used, and that is how I look at the way we speak English today, it is. And Ngũgĩ also had a very keen interest in trying to understand the politics of language. And that was very primary to him. So if you remember, his earlier writings were all in English. He wrote in English, and he thought like an African. But he was writing in English. But later he began to realize that he needed to write in Kiswahili in order to be authentic, in order to say what he really wanted to. But not only Kiswahili, after a few years, he began to shift slowly into writing in Kikuyu. And then what my I was trying to understand, why would he, translate that Kikuyu, something written in Kikuyu into English then? So I actually asked him that question. I said, why are you doing that? Because he was, when I met him in California, in Irvine, where he was the director of the program for writing and translation. I remember he told me that he was struggling to bring his novel out written in Kikuyu in English. And then I asked him, I said, why do you want to do that? I mean, the fact that you wrote in Kikuyu was a political act, because you wanted to really not only be owning Kikuyu language, but also the content of Kikuyu language, which meant myth, magic, superstition, everything coming into it, worldview, the African worldview, so to speak, but in particular, it would be a Kikuyu worldview. And on the one hand, you're doing that. On the other hand, you get into translation. And I loved his answer. He said, you know what? Translation actually is a matter of conversation between equals. There is no hierarchy between one language and the other. I wanted, he said, to bring my content, whatever experiential knowledge I have, or knowledge, call it, or creativity that I have, I wanted to transfer that into Kikuyu. And in a way, that in itself is a translation, because you are translating something abstract, which is experiential, and concretely into basically your, into a language. The moment you are using language of words, there is a translation implied in that. But after that, when you've written that, the authenticity comes in because you're writing in your own language. But the moment you feel that, that becomes very restrictive, and there has to be a larger audience required, an international audience required for what you have written authentically. So that authenticity, the same authenticity, needs to come out then eventually into a language which will make it reach the content to many other people. So that's why I'm translating. But this is a conversation I'm putting forth between Kikuyu and English. And this term has stayed with me. The translation actually means conversation between what we call the original and the translated text. But no, it is not that. It's much better than that. It is between one original and the creation to another original. So the autonomy of the translated text also gets established through that conversation. It is based on some sense of equality. And I really appreciated that entire approach to translation, because normally, translation also projects a certain kind of, through the process of domesticization and foreignizing in the translated text, one begins to understand to what extent the translator is equating the two languages or not equating the two. And there is an imbalance sometimes, because then you start taking liberties with the so-called original, and just the original gets compromised, because what you're creating in the translated text then automatically is also what suits the target audience. So the translation then, in that case, is not a conversation. It's not a dialogue between two equals. So I thought that was a very valid point, and particularly because I was myself involved in the process of in doing translations or editing translations from Indian languages into English, I began to see the validity of that posture, the validity of that viewpoint that he was making. And so if you look at his trajectory, of language politics, how it became operative, that's a huge thing. But not only that, but to my mind is something even more important. He goes on into the defining of orature, the oral cultures. And that has been another, I'm very passionate about that. In fact, my latest two issues that I'm bringing out and have brought out actually in Indian literature, which is the journal that I edit, I have put together I've tried to put together in English translation samples from different languages which operate in the oral domain as oral traditions, as it were, in the Indian context. So it's very interesting. Have I been, totally influenced by somebody like Ngũgĩ, or has it been a natural inclination in me? I do not know. But certainly, because I also felt, though I was not put into exile per force, but the spirit of being in exile was there in my own being for almost 14 to 15 years when I was born and brought up in Kenya. But again, thanks to my father, that spirit of exile came up. Thanks to, or because of him, rather. Why? Because he would always tell us, we have to go back home, which meant India, where we had no idea. We, the children, never had an idea what India was all about. But home supposedly existed in Kenya, in India. And I've always been at loggerheads with my father because he denied the idea of home in Kenya. So I had to, when I came to India, I had to negotiate with the Indian context in my own way and try to therefore have some, I'll use the key word with which I started with, for Ngũgĩ, that was very important, which was self-apprehension. I wanted to know my own self. And that is why the trajectory was that I came into Indian literature eventually from various languages and saw the plurality of the context. And much of my research work has gone on into trying to understand the cultural diversity of India in order to understand my own self. Because when I went to Maharashtra and lived there itself I felt, and that's how we are very similar, Africa and India. There is a multiplicity of tribes, there's a multiplicity of cultures that you see in Africa, but all that gets, in a way, homogenized through English language. Translation itself sometimes makes it do, and they do that. But the point is that in case we have, or if we try to have, at least we make an attempt to have some kind of an understanding of one's own identity, which in the larger sense has to be located somewhere. So if you locate yourself, like Ngũgĩ puts it very beautifully, he says, well, I was in exile, have been in exile, but in exile, I have felt the experience of being in a jail, much more than being in the jail itself. because there is a psychology behind it. In the jail, he said, I had the freedom, my mind had the freedom to move around and do what pleases the mind. And therefore I tried to use the pen. But my prison diaries came out of that. A lot of thinking happened in the prison, and a lot of prison diaries all over the world, through writers you find, who actually demonstrate greater freedom through their pen rather than through the physical location or whatever. So he said, while in exile, I feel that walls have come up between Kenya and myself. And I have always tried to break those walls down through my politics of language, through my politics of the kind of creativity that I want to indulge in. And so these conversations that I had with Ngũgĩ, I think they were very seminal to my understanding of my own identity, which was kind of suspended between Kenya and India, somewhere where I was trying to catch hold of some pointers that would come through the different languages that I had to negotiate with. On the one hand, I was also familiar with the domestic usage of Kiswahili with the houseboy and so on. And on the other hand, my grandmother speaking in Punjabi and my mother knowing Hindi, my father writing in Urdu, but all of us officially dealing with English all the time, whether through education or through our creative expression. So somewhere this multiplicity of languages creates a desire or pushes one into the idea of translation on the one hand, and on the other hand, the desire to specifically work out what is one's own identity? How do you place your own self? So language becomes very important. But on the other hand, this whole, and I go back to the point that I was trying to make about orature. Now, orature is the term that Ngũgĩ acknowledges that he has. He acknowledged, in fact, the fact that Zirumu coined the term orature, which comes from the idea of defining orality and the oral traditions. And so a certain orature is like a counterpart of literature. Orature and literature. Literature that you write becomes literature, and what it remains in the oral domain. And we, both in Africa and in India, have tremendous amount of a bountiful of oral traditions to dip into all the time in order to understand what exactly is happening, and not just happening. It's a kind of, oral traditions come out of the desire to sing, the desire to tell stories, and the desire to do everything creative in a dynamic fashion. There is a fluidity about it. So oral traditions are very dynamic, and as they move in times, there is a little shift in the use of vocabulary at times, or even the worldview begins to change a little in terms of how we move from, say, a primitive sense of what life is to what we call sophistication. And so there may be a reference to, something that takes a flight by way of an aeroplane or something. But there is a symbolism that begins to enter the world of orality. So when Zirumu, as Ngũgĩ puts it very well, coined the term orature, scholars should take that as a cue and understand that this is a respectable domain of knowledge. And in this, one needs to define what is the oral tradition, look at the paradigms that I use, aesthetic, and also then take that forward into understanding communities. So how do you understand? So unless you have certain kind of respect for these communities, how are you going to be able to live together? So ultimately, it is a very big project for humanity to be able to live together by involving the study of oral traditions into the domain of say, call it literature or humanities or whatever. So I think the larger vision of Ngũgĩ, which is not limited to the understanding of what writing in Gikuyu means. It's not just writing, but also the entire mythopoeic world that gets captured into the imagination and the expression of that imagination in oral traditions, and then also in writing also that happens. So it's very interesting to be able to study all that and then begin to develop some understanding of the self and the other. And some of the influences that he had, which he constantly keeps, quoting from. Of course, everybody knows how The Wretched of the Earth, the book, influenced him. Fanon was, of course, a great source of influence. And Wole Soyinka and Chinua Achebe, he did not want to or was not inspired by Western, which is not to say that he was ignorant of Western culture or literatures, but he was not inspired enough because he was not able to own that as much as he would when he were to talk about his own roots or roots generally in Africa. And with that, he saw the parallel also in the colony that India was and how new colonialism started after the independence of both the countries, whether it was African countries, particularly in Kenya is what he's talking about, but also India, because he has that very clear understanding of how, the colonial mindset continues to live, sometimes even more in a hardened fashion, in a tough fashion. It's very difficult to break that mindset. And I know how many seminars and how many conferences, etc., all of us academics have attended and conducted in the context of decolonizing. And that takes me to the very seminal essay by Ngũgĩ, Decolonizing the Mind. And he definitely refers to how the colonial mindset is carried from one generation to another into actually then ultimately bringing around a certain kind of elitism of knowledge systems, which is at the cost of the systems that we have within our own communities through orature or literature or humanities in general. And we are not able to follow that up. And what does one do about it? And sure enough, people like very important people like Professor Namvar Singh wrote a very seminal essay again in Hindi, which is to be translated as Decolonizing English Departments, because that seems to be the root problem. And I know some of us, and again, my own trajectory has been, say, about for the last, I would say, at least 3 decades, if not more, that I shifted from American literature to Indian literature to start with. And as I engaged more and more with Indian literature, just as in the case of Ngũgĩ, when he shifted from English to Kiswahili, he realized that one needed to go to the roots in a more minute fashion. And then I started looking at Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi. These are the languages which I've always, I have been surrounded by. And so I wanted to understand my own identity as Ngũgĩ perhaps did, but also to then move off from there. Once you begin to understand or apprehend what you could be all about, then the other comes into the picture. Otherwise, the other also is kind of abstract to one. So how do you then harmonize those forces? And how do you understand? By connecting with oral traditions also. In a nutshell, that is the kind of mapping that I would like to, I wanted to present, as to also basically show how colonization in a way was very detrimental to our own subjectivity, understanding of our own subjectivity, primarily because I think we alienated ourselves from ourselves and built up another ivory tower somewhere for a long time to just exist, say, with daffodils rather than, parijat or, flowers of our own country. So not that one can dismiss Western culture altogether. That's not what is intended. But what is intended is to find your own and then understand. Get your own roots in order to fly up into the skies like a tall, tall tree. Thank you. That's all that I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was, let me just write down your last line before I won't forget. Thank you so much, Professor Paul Kumar. This has been such an exhaustive understanding of Ngũgĩ, which pans your personal meetings with him, added to the work that you have been doing for these several decades. And very interestingly, I thought you were echoing my own journey into the world of Africa, because interestingly, I think like you, I found India via Africa, and I thought you were saying something close to that. And you talk about Ngũgĩ dreaming to change the conditions of his people. And he talks about art having the right to take up aesthetics of violence and resistance. I thought these are very, very powerful lines, that art is definitely not just for the sake of art, but it has to take up a cause. And here the cause was right before him. Not only did he take it up, he moved forward with it his entire life. And his talks on the Mau Mau movement, and then you talk about it from your perspective, how you're growing up in Kenya, and your father, the very noted poet Jogendra Palji's, his involvement and his empathy towards the Maasai tribe. So there's so much of the personal. I mean, when we talk about the personal being political, I think your lecture was pretty much that, where you begin with your personal journey, and then how Ngũgĩ shows you the path throughout, as you eventually work on areas that we know you're famous for. Then you talk very, very much at length on the politics of language, something I know our speakers are going to be taking up at a later stage when they come in. And this is very important because we have seen that Ngũgĩ starts, like many writers we know, he starts writing in English, and eventually he shifts to Gikyu. And one has always wanted, and then very interestingly, the minute it is written in Gikyu, it is also translated into English. He's been a professor of English all his life. And the question that you ask him, I think, is pertinent to Ngũgĩ's studies. That why then are you doing this? I remember asking a question on translation to Mahashweta Devi, and Tagore himself has talked about his translations from Bangla to English, and this, I think, is the answer all of us have about translation, that it is a conversation of equals. Very, very important, because once we translate from one language to the other, nobody is superior, nobody is inferior. And I think now the world has started to get that, with the Booker Prizes being given to both the writer and the translator. So I think that was Ngũgĩ's way of showing respect to his people, to his language, and then provide it for the rest of the world in English. And like you very correctly say, it was not against English or not anti-English, but that the language of equals that was needed, because that was his core politics, decolonizing one's mind. Then you talk at great length about the oral literature, something that you've been working on, and something I mentioned before, you're coming to India via Africa, multiplicity of cultures which are homogenized by English. So there is this whole lot of cultures, whole lot of languages, and then there is English, and the conversation that the multiple languages are having with English and vice versa is something that you're looking at currently, I guess. You talk about Ngũgĩ's time in jail and how it opened up his mind, and he had all the time to think, and that's from where the prison diaries came out, the very valuable ones. And you also talk about trying to understand identity, your own identity via Ngũgĩ, which I mentioned earlier. You talk about orature, the importance of orature. It's a very, very respectable area of knowledge, and the world, I think, has woken up to it, I would say. But obviously, more work requires to be done, which you are doing, and many other scholars as well. And Ngũgĩ's influences, very interestingly, being Achebe, Shoinka, and Fanos, Wretched of the Earth. Of course, it was again not that he was not influenced by the West, but he chose to find his moorings and begin from there. You talk at length of decolonizing the mind, and then the tongue-in-cheek essay that we had from Professor Nambar Singh, also our colleague at the university, who talks of decolonizing the English department. Well, since all of us, including Ngũgĩ, are from the English department, I know we've tried. We are constantly trying. That's something we are doing. We are decolonizing the English department in our own way. And you end with these very powerful words, which is why I said I want to write them down. Get your own roots in order first. It is not anti any language, it is not anti any culture, but your own roots need to be in order. So thank you so much, Professor. I mean, this has put Ngũgĩ so firmly in the Indian context. It has given us so much to think about. And I think all of us truly need to work towards knowing our own roots and branching out and embracing the world. And once that is in order, I think all the friction in the world might just end, or so we hope. Thank you so much, so very much.
Thank you, Nandini, for putting it all out so very, very briefly and so beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Over to you, Iti.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Nandini. I am Dr. Iti Sharma. Hello, everyone. And now is the time to move on to our plenary session 1, for which we have Professor Anuradha Ghosh with us. Let me take the opportunity first to introduce her. Professor Anuradha Ghosh teaches in the Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Her specialization is in the area of literature, cinema, translation studies, performance and cultural studies, with special focus on the decade of the 60s and 70s. Her areas of interest are folklore, philosophy, literary theory, semiological studies, ecological studies, and the area study. Her books are Politics of Imperialism and Counter Strategies, co-edited with Piyush Chandra and Ravi Kumar, which is published by Akar Books in 2004, Filming Fiction, Ray, Tagore, and Premchand, co-edited with M. Asaduddin, Oxford University Press in 2012, Premchand on National Language, Rashtrabhasha, co-edited with S.K. Mahananda and Trisha Lalchandani, Akar Books in 2019. Language, Literature, Culture, and Cinema. The book has been co-edited with Madhumita Chakrabarti and Mukesh Ranjan and published by Akar Books in the year 2025. And Mahasweta Devi in Defense of the Human, The Poetics of Translating Resistance. The book has been co-edited with Mahmoud Al-Zaid and published by Routledge in 2025. She has more than 75 research articles published in national and international journals and papers presented in conferences. She successfully completed an ICSSR major research program on a study of the Muslim question on Malayalam and Bengali cinema of the Indian subcontinent with M.H. Elias. Professor Anuradha Ghosh, we welcome you to have the plenary session with us. Welcome.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And I'm really honored to be speaking this morning. And I I wouldn't like to say congratulations, but there is a feeling in us when we lost Ngũgĩ, and all of us felt that something should be done. And I'm really grateful that Professor Mala Pandurang and Professor Nandini Sen got together, and what is happening today is happening. So it's not the question of whether India also has a stake in contributing to the legacy of Ngũgĩ, because Ngũgĩ's writings are close to our hearts, because the context of Kenya and the history of this subcontinent is different and also very similar. So when we look into the praxis of resistance, we find that there are homological structures and affinities that we see, which are there in the modalities in which power paradigms operate. And hence, keeping that at the back of my mind, I titled my presentation as The Legacy of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, Forging New Paths of Praxis. Now, why I did this is while I was looking up the critical writings that have happened on Ngũgĩ, particularly the academic research in his works, I found, maybe it's the limitation of my knowledge, but I found very few research works, whether published or unpublished, which deal with comparisons between comparative analysis of the writings of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the writings of the authors of this subcontinent. I found a book which is published in 2012, which is a comparison between Gikyu and Tamil, titled Voices of Protest, the Fiction of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and C. Bharati and C. Channappa, which I'm yet to read. I have not picked it up yet. And there was a PhD thesis, which I supervised some time back, done by Mahmoud Al-Zayed, which is not yet in print, where he did a comparative analysis between Matigari, and that is Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's Matigari, and Mahashweta Devi's novel, Bashai Tudu. And in both, what he came up with was the idea of the specter of resistance, which both Devi and Ngũgĩ are constructing, because Matigari has a unique kind of a position in Ngũgĩ's writings. And maybe I begin my deliberation a little by taking us back to the text of Matigari, which is a novel published in 1987. And the subtitle to it is Liberated from Capitalist Control to Educate the Masses by Socialist Stories. So socialism is very central to Ngũgĩ's concerns. And the novel was dedicated to all those who love a good story, and to all those who research and write on African orature, and to all those committed to the development of literature in the languages of all the African peoples. And then, of course, we do know that Matigari is a fictional construct. And though Matigari is a fictional construct, the text
Anuradha, you have muted yourself by mistake.
Yeah, am I audible?
Just go over the previous line, please.
Yeah, I was saying that if you look at the dedication, so he is dedicating the novel to people who love good stories. And Matigari is a story par excellence, because he is a fictional construct who became so alive by word of mouth that the Kenyan police had issued an arrest warrant on a fictional character. Now, that was unique and it is unique in the experience of literature, where a literary figure, in his name, an arrest warrant is issued. So, Gario wa Kiriro, Wiping Away Your Tears, that is the first part of the book. Matigari, the second one is The Seeker of Truth and Justice. And the third part is The Pure and the Resurrected. Now, when one, and then there is a address to the reader and slash to the listener. And Ngũgĩ writes, this story is imaginary, the actions are imaginary, the characters are imaginary, the country is imaginary, it has no name even. Reader, listener, may the story take place in the country of your choice. The story has no fixed time, yesterday, the day before yesterday, last week, last year, or 10 years ago. Reader, listener, may the action take place in the time of your choice. And it has no fixed space. Here or there, this or that village, this or that region, Reader, listener, may you place the action in the space of your choice. And again, it does not demarcate time in terms of seconds or minutes or hours or days. Reader, listener, may you allocate the duration of any of the actions according to your choice. So say yes, and I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, in a country with no name. And that is how the story of Matigari begins. Now, if one also looks into, because Ngũgĩ's writings on decolonizing the mind, his critique of neocolonialism, the intellectual trajectories and the synergies he shares with Fanon are much talked about. But what is not talked about is the scholarship of a veteran intellectual around the same time from the Arab world, and his name is Malik Benabi. Malik Benabi was an Islamic scholar, and he foregrounded the notion of colonizability. He wrote both in French and Arabic. And while Fanon's work, and he too, like Fanon, stayed in Paris for a long time, doing odd jobs, trying to find a footing in the European turf, so that what he kind of wanted to contribute in terms of an action plan as to how resistance and movements for resistance could be shaped, not necessarily through an aesthetic play of violence. Because aestheticizing violence is a fascist turn. Politicizing violence is what is necessary. And politicizing art is something, a call that Walter Benjamin gave. And he was very clear from the Frankfurt School as to how regressive aestheticization of politics could be. So the terms aesthetics, politics, ethical aesthetics, poiesis, praxis, poetics are all conceptual terms which have their linkages. And Benabi in this milieu is introducing a new term, which is colonizability. If you translate it from Arabic into English, it is colonizability. He's a scholar much read within the Islamic studies world. And there are, in recent times, his books have undergone many translations. So he is now available in English, which he was not even 10 years back. So, and in his idea of colonizability, what is interesting is that he's not talking of neo, nothing but colonialism or post-colonialism, but he's talking of a firmament, the turf, which allows you to be colonized. Now, there is a major shift in the discourse then, because foreign power, foreign occupying forces are not seen as alien forces. They are seen as intrusions which necessarily happen because of the contact zones that continents share through mercantile relationships, through political exchanges, through cultural exchanges, and so on and so forth. So there are different kinds of flows which map our civilizational dialogues, and the power structure becomes such that the moment the balance of forces is not on a plane of equivalence, then there is a hierarchy which is at work, which becomes rapacious in a certain sense. And what Tagore, interestingly, in his essays on nationalism, which he is, I think he's speaking in 1912 in Japan, in 1912, or I mean, sometime between 1912 to 1932, that is the period of his travels all across the world. So he is on his way en route to America and then to Europe. So his ship, of course, goes by touching Japan, and he's speaking to the Japanese people and talking of nationalism being a form of political cannibalism. A political cannibalism, and he is, by virtue of that, he is also critiquing European models of civilization, European models of progress and development as a form of political and commercial cannibalism. Now, that's a very, very powerful word. Cannibalism, and his exchanges with Latin America is also very well known. And we, of course, since Sunrita ji had brought in this morning the whole ideas about translation and orature, etc., etc. So Latin America and the forays of Latin American revolutionary in the African turf is another contact zone which is not much explored. So there is the Anthropophagia Manifesto, which is there on translation, which appears from Latin American schools of thought, where the notion of cannibalism is dealt with differently, not in a rhythm that Tagore was foregrounding, but these exchanges have a flow and have a matrix which is multi-layered. And when we open it up, we find that there are ways in which we need to redefine what Swaraj would mean for us. Now, Benabi brought me to Tagore because Benabi was also reading Tagore in Arabic. And Benabi had also been reading Gandhi in Arabic, from where, and this South-South dialogue that exists, which is why I bring Benabi to the forefront, and which is why I think the writings of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the books and research orientations that we might yet have to keep his spirit alive through our work is by forging these new trajectories which would empower South-South dialogues. And this South-South dialogue cannot happen if we fall within the discourses and modalities of knowledge production, which is methodologically dependent on the global north. So there is a certain, I won't like to call it colonization, but there is a certain way in which the global north, because of its politics, has an almost hegemonic influence in how we think, what we choose as our object of inquiry, what methodologies should we adopt, and what paths should we strike ahead. So if we want to commodify resistance, if we want to really have Ngũgĩ dead, then all we need to do is talk of packaged resistance. We package resistance, we commodify it, we aestheticize it, we depoliticize it. And Ngũgĩ doesn't remain anymore. He becomes a forgotten intellectual of this century and the last. And that is something we cannot do, because there is something in the spirit of Ngũgĩ that speaks to us, beckons to us to widen our horizons of approach. And my humble tribute to him is in the form of trying to read him again and again and again. And I have not been able to lay hands on certain books by Ngũgĩ, which is surprising, because he had written books like the Adventures of Jamba Nana series, translated by Wangyu Wagoro between 1986 to 1990, which is for children. It is just not there. I happened to see only a cover of that book. Then The Upright Revolution, or Why Humans Walk Upright, illustrated by Shunandini Banerjee, 2019. No, not The Upright Revolution. Sorry, that's a different one. It's not by Ngũgĩ. This one, The Adventures of Jamba Nana series, I've not been able to lay my hands on. I don't know which library it is in, which is why I was delayed in sending the abstract, because I wanted very much to work on this particular set of writings about which I have not read a single paper. And one should not marginalize what intellectuals think or try to leave behind for children to read. And in the simplified language, and mind you, simplified language does not mean simplified thought. The most complex thought is there in simple language that even a child can respond to. So I was very, very keen to read these series, which I have not been able to lay my hands on. And I hope one of the scholars will give me an avenue, a window as to where and how should I procure the text. And I say this because when I still work on Mahashweta Devi, so when I work on Mahashweta Devi, her writings too, her activism, her being a visionary, a legendary figure is center stage, and rightly so. But what about her light writings for children? The YY Girl, the only book that she writes in English. It is the YY Girl is an illustrated book which has been translated in almost all Indian languages, and it is translated in many foreign languages as well. And why is the YY Girl important? Because the girl, the postmaster casually names the girl the YY Girl because she is always asking question. YY, WHY, WHY. So why do fishes swim in the water? Why do birds fly? Why this happens and why we don't have food in our belly? Why do tribals have to live such an existence? All that Mahashweta Devi wrote is packaged, put in a very, very simple form by and illustrated in this beautiful book, The YY Girl. And it reads almost like a folk tale. And the power of folk tale, because the power of orature and the power of folk tales and storytelling rhythm lies not only in its dynamism, where the reader has an entry point in twisting the tale, even the tonal inflection with which you utter a word or render meaning to a sentence can turn the entire tale on its head. So the spin on the tale and the spinning yarn of the tale goes endlessly. And Ngũgĩ, when he chose to write for children, he too would have a similar intention, a similar kind of an idea when he felt, because we all first we become parents and then we become grandparents. And that is when we realize that our children need stories and good stories to grow up on. And likewise, you have Devi's non-veg cow, which started as a tale type very early in her career when Nobarun was small, when she was Mahashweta Bhattacharya. So as Mahashweta Bhattacharya, she wrote under a pseudonym, Sumitra Devi, and the non-veg cow's inception, the first story that she wrote was Goru Ekti Grihopalito Jeep. Okay, the cow is a domestic animal. So these trajectories that one sees in why I kept Mahashweta as a reference point, because I find many synergies between Ngũgĩ's writings. And the point is, I can't read Gikyu. And we need to have centers where we can learn these languages. I mean, when Gayatri keeps talking about knowing African languages, or she still keeps learning languages, I have a lot of regard for her, because octogenarian or nanogenarian, I don't know what is the age and I don't care. But the point is, she is interested in languages and she still thinks that she can learn languages. And if she can do it, why can't I do it in my mid-50s. Okay. But where is the access point? We need centers where we can learn these languages. We have the Adivasi Academy so strong. We have tribal writings in India, which is making it in a big way in the Indian academic scene. We have Dalit writings, which have come to the forefront. And we have the axis of caste and race being collaterally put together. And there are many works on those lines, including Sharan Kumar Limbale's book Towards a Dalit Aesthetics, where there's a whole chapter on how race and caste need to be seen as categories which are contiguous. And he is very right in pointing out the homology of these structures. So while we celebrate differences, while we celebrate plurality, while we celebrate how unique our own particularities and our specificities are, yet there is a universal, there is a metaversal, there is a pluriversal, and it is in that realm, in that cosmic realm, that we all live, and we need to strike our affinities to find ways that would help us forge paths ahead. Now, in the context, do I have time?
Yes, you actually can also take a little extra time because Professor
All right.
Makokha might join a little late. So please go ahead.
All right, fine. So, wait a minute, I just lost the paper I was looking at. Yeah. Now, the Latin American connection of Ngũgĩ, we know about the Mau Mau uprising, we know about the Latin American Revolution, particularly the Cuban Revolution and the Zapatista regime. And we have read Wizard of the Crow. Okay. Now, how do we compare and contrast the revolutionary ideas that Ngũgĩ has when we look into a very different context, which is Latin America, where too, it's not the aesthetics of violence, but it is a military intervention, much like our Azad Hind Fauj, much like the Indian National Army imagined that it was doing when it collected together the POWs, prisoners of war in Europe, and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and his comrades, C.R. Das, with Japanese support, with the support of the Axis powers for their own reasons, they were able to form an army, and they thought of militarily invading the British Indian territory, not from one path, but two, through the Burma, Nagaland, Southeast Asian corridor, and the other one from Sri Lanka into India. See, all revolutions by definition fail, and this too failed, but it doesn't matter. But the idea was so energizing that our army still marches on the beat of Kadam Kadam Badhai. So and the Azad Hind Fauj, the conceptualization goes back to 1857-59, which too was a military intervention. And I don't think saying that we celebrate the aesthetics of violence here at all, because it is people like Tommaso Marinetti, the writer who conceptualized the Manifesto of Futurism, who thinks that the poetry of blood and bullets is what one needs to develop. So fascism has a way, and Marinetti being the poet that he is, he kind of foregrounds it by saying it's like a man standing on a summit, not afraid to kill, not afraid to maim, not pity, not having a shred of pity in him if he has to annihilate the enemy or whatever is considered to be like the enemy. So be it man, woman, or child, be it the sick or the ailing, be it an animal, be it any being of nature, you don't bat an eyelid to kill. And this frightful world, which the world wars and the experiments that have happened in the European turf, which Amy Césaire is so critical of, discourse on colonialism, where Europe realizes that its models of enlightenment has turned on its head. So when the white man kills the white man, that is when it becomes an important question. And all the manifestos of modernism seem to be a nostalgic encounter with what was the civilizational decorum of the white man prior to the World War, and what the white man became, in Marlowe's words, when he kind of narrates what Hoods has to say in The Heart of Darkness by Conrad. The horror, the horror, the horror. So the horror is striking, and the horror is not aesthetic. So though there might be an aesthetics of horror as well, but aestheticizing horror, aestheticizing fear, aestheticizing violence is politically and ethically wrong. And Ngũgĩ lived in this world of binaries, just like the Latin American revolutionaries and revolutionaries all over the world live in a world of binaries. And it is to this that one returns when one goes into Ngũgĩ's Wizard of the Crow, and how Wizard of the Crow is linked to the Latin American tradition of the dictator novel, which was popularized by writers like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, The Autumn of the Patriarch, or Mario Vargas Llosa, The Feast of the Goat. Now, both critique authoritarian power through satire and magic realism, both these books in the Latin American context. In Wizard of the Crow, Ngũgĩ, however, uses satirical magic realism to mock dictatorial leadership in a fictional African state of Aburiria. So his landscapes are always imaginary, fanciful constructs, and purposefully so. And it is no different from Tagore in Red Oleanders or Roktokorobi creating Jokkopuri or Yakshapuri, which is translated by Shobboshaji Bhattacharya roughly as the Mammon's land. So exposing the fallibility of power and its reliance on language and performance, the novels critique neocolonialism, Western interference, local elite corruption, and the comprador character of the bourgeois. And they address the dynamics that exists between post-colonial and neo-colonial modalities of resistance, which is linked to their understanding of what it is to be anti-colonial and anti-imperial. Now, when I look into this, there is a film also that comes very strongly in my mind, and that is La Hora de los Farnos, a 4-hour documentary, which it roughly translates as The Hour of the Furnace by Octavio Solanos and Getino. So Solanos and Getino, they work together and they create this documentary, which is a political economic history of how Latin America or the different states of Latin America, the nations of Latin America, have come under the yoke of neo-imperialism and neo-colonialism. And their foregrounding of third cinema, or their foregrounding of third as a category, a conceptual category of reference, is interesting because they look into not only the anti-imperialist, anti-colonial trajectories, but they also look into the trajectories of the comprador bourgeois. And they field the idea that the third way of looking at it comes from the bowels of the movements of resistance. And the footage is extremely jumpy because what they did is also called guerrilla cinema. And why guerrilla cinema? They took footage wherever. I mean, there are footages, the camera had captured spaces in a football field where you find the elite enjoying the game. There are shots and sequences of fashion parades, of feasts, and also shanty towns and slums. But the most powerful image, which keeps, I have the clip somewhere, but it is difficult to show right now. If you are interested, you can see it on your own. It is downloadable. So you have it in the slaughterhouse, where you have animals which have been fed, a young buff, and the helplessness in the eyes of the buff, and the way it sees other buffs being put under the blade, the head, it gets beheaded in a certain way. There is a mechanical thing that comes from top, severing the head, because the blood needs to be stored, because the blood can be also packaged, solidified, and sold. And this is a delicacy not only in Latin America and nations of Europe, it's also a delicacy in the tribal world of this subcontinent as well, which is called, in Bangla, I can call it Rokto Bhaja, or fried blood. Okay. So coagulated fried blood. So, and the eyes of the bull or the cow or whatever it is the close-up of that eye is so disturbing because the animal has no escape. And that is a kind of a metaphor through which the entire story of oppression, of betrayal, of exploitation, of the marginalized, the weak, the poor of Latin America, and by extension the entire world, is caught symbolically in an image done through camera work, which is underground, editing, which is underground. And necessarily so when Solanos was invited during the last phase of the Left Front government in West Bengal to inaugurate the film festival at Nondon. And you had Mahashweta walking on the streets with other writers and activists, crying herself hoarse against the politics of the Left Front and the way they were inviting corporate and the atrocities committed in Nandigram and Singur on the peasants. Solanos on Getineau says that I have always criticized. Solanos says, not Getineau had not come. Solanos says that I've always criticized being in a fortress. So I am not an intellectual who wishes to stay in a fortress, albeit it is a left front fortress. I wish to walk the streets. And he refused to inaugurate the festival. And he flew back after marching with the protesters on the street. So resistance in various shades keeps coming back. And the exchanges that have happened, particularly the exchanges in the countries that comprise, or the nation states that comprise what we call the global south, is extremely crucial and extremely important. Because it is not to say that the nations of the global south and the global north are in a perpetual conflict. Neither is it pertinent to say that we need to negotiate between the two. All we need to do is to have meaningful dialogues and conversations when all kinds of genocide, all kinds of xenophobia, all kinds of hate campaigns. And one remembers George Orwell's 1984 very well, because he even gives a little, he has we have all read 1984, which was completed in 1948, but published in 1949, and a year later Orwell dies. And Orwell is, to my mind, also very Indian, because he was born in Bihar. 5 years he worked in the Burmese police. His childhood and college education, of course, was in England, but it doesn't matter. But he became Orwell because of his lineage and his location. So the dispossessed mattered to him. And he has this interesting, trope in his novel, where he is not only coining words like inksock and newspeak and doublespeak and whatnot, but he also conceives of the room 101 being a space by the inner circle of the party, where the most intimate fears, the deep-seated fears, not intimate, sorry, the most deep-seated fears that we may have, we are made to confront. So in this case, the protagonist who's afraid of mice, he's shown a rat trap, and he's given graphic descriptions of what the mice can do, because they're all hungry rats. And he breaks down. And he reveals the secrets of his own comrades and those who he was in love with. So, and he conforms, and then he's considered to be malleable. So if you're not intellectually malleable, then you are killed, you are annihilated. So he saves himself by being intellectually malleable. Now, but the other that Orwell creates of the great revolutionary ideas which is spread around through Goldstein is the construction of the state.
I'm rather sorry to butt in. Our next speaker is here. So,
I'll just wrap up. Okay. So the nightmarish Orwellian landscape which is there, which talks of surveillance, which talks of repression, which is not talking of resistance, shows us where the contact zones can be created. So while we argue for South-South dialogues, we also argue for North-South dialogues, because dialogues nowhere must stop. And if one has learned anything from Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, then it is this. And his own location in the American university, after he leaves Kenya, stands testimony to it, because it is not people who are at fault. It is the structure of the state that needs to be questioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ghosh, for this in-depth discourse on the forces responsible for colonization that involves psychological treatment too. And you have remarkably explained certain concepts like wars, cannibalism, and the European model of civilization, and how there exists a palimpsest of cannibalism, and how it is dealt with differently. And you have also talked about Swaraj and how there is a need for good literature for our children, and specifically the need for the centers to learn languages to ensure that we are bridging the knowledge gap, and to also ensure the ideological exploration. And you have wonderfully drawn the parallel between Ngũgĩ and so many other distinct scholars, the figures like Fanon, Gandhi, Subhash Chandra Bose, Mahasweta Devi, Tagore, and many more. And also, you have wonderfully talked about about the solutions for South-South dialogue. Thank you very much for this enriching discourse and deliberation. We really look forward to hearing more such deliberations for you from you in future. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to
Thank you so much.
I would like to request Ms. Rima.
Can I just take 1 minute, or not
Yeah,
even
yeah,
less
sure.
than a minute, to thank Professor Anuradha. Anuradha, this has been absolutely brilliant, and she's actually shown us the gaps that are there in in the research. So yes, to procuring more books, particularly those of us who read African literature out of photocopied material. We know how difficult it is to come across centers for learning languages, and your absolutely incredible scholarship, which spans so many directions. I think you have taught all of us and all the young people who've joined in to think and to believe more in intertextuality. So thank you so much, Anuradha. This has been brilliant.
Thank you for
Over
the
to you.
opportunity, to you and Mala.
Thank you, Professor Anuradha. We have interacted many, many years ago for the collection on Ngũgĩ, and we still value your contribution to that collection. We now come on to the next
Thank you, ma'am.
the morning, the next plenary speaker from the morning, who has joined us from Nairobi in Kenya. We welcome Dr. J.K.S. Makokha. Justus, welcome to this online international conference.
Thank you, Mala. Are you able to hear my voice clearly from your end?
Yes, we can hear your voice clearly, absolutely clearly. Just a brief introduction.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Justus Makokha, who is also known in literary circles as Wanjohi wa Makokha. He is a distinguished Kenyan poet, literary critic, and senior lecturer at Kenyatta University's Department of Literature, Linguistics, and Foreign Languages. Dr. Makokha serves as the Secretary General of the Literature and Performing Arts Society of Kenya, and he's made a profound impact on East African literary scholarship through his work in post-colonial studies, cultural theory, gender studies, and literary criticism. He has co-edited multiple acclaimed volumes, including The Cultural Archives of Atrocity and Style in African Literature, which is a very interesting title. And he continues to publish widely on African literatures, transnational identities, and popular culture. Dr. Makokha is not only a prolific scholar, but also an engaged public intellectual and poet whose voice resonates deeply within and beyond academia. I had the privilege of interacting with him when he came to Mumbai for the Afro-Asia conference that we had organized. And I was very, very much impressed by the range of his scholarship and the absolute articulate manner in which he could put his ideas across. And therefore, I thought when we are doing this conference, who could be a better person to give us an insight on a fellow nationals writer who has gained the admiration of the entire world and who is deeply mourned. His loss is deeply mourned by all of us. Dr. Makokha has a very interesting title. I think that will resonate with all the senior scholars who have joined the conference. Thoughts on the teacher who became the text. Indeed, Ngũgĩ played a very crucial role in changing the trajectory in which we taught the text, we looked at literature. He taught us to move away from British colonial literature, to look at our own languages, to respect translation. And I think this conference is going to talk about how he has impacted each and every one of us and will continue to do so in multiple ways. So Dr. Makokha, I wouldn't say the floor, but I would say the screen is yours. And we look forward to you sharing your thoughts on the teacher who became the text.
Thank you very much, Mala. Can you kindly confirm a second time that I'm clear and audible from your end?
Yes, absolutely clear and audible, but we can't see you. So is it possible to put your camera on?
Is it on now? Are you able to see me now?
Yes, yes. Hi, Justus. Nice to see you again. I think
Nice to see you.
maybe around 8 years later.
Nice to see you, Mala. The last time we were in Mumbai together in 2018. Yes. Indeed, yes. It is 7 years ago.
Yes, 7 years ago.
I'm never lost to the fact that we share an ocean.
Yes.
I am on this other side of the ocean that you see from Mumbai. And every time I'm in Mombasa, I remind myself that Mala Pandurang is on the other side of the same ocean.
Thank you. And now you'll have lots of other colleagues also who you can interact and connect with.
Thank you, Mala. In the interest of time, Mala, I see I've been assigned 30 minutes on the program, and I am supposed to stop at 9:30 Kenyan time. That will happen. So allow me to proceed, and then I'll make other remarks at the end.
Sure.
I will request if the your assistant is around, she can project something which I sent to her. There is an image of Ngũgĩ and myself from the year 2004, when he had just returned to Kenya after 22 years of forced exile. And he gave a very interesting homecoming lecture at the University of Nairobi entitled Remembering Africa. And it is that particular lecture which then forms the crucible of a book that he would later publish, collecting essays under that title, Remembering Africa. From that particular 2004 engagement, or his return from America after 22 years of exile, I coined the title Remembering Ngũgĩ, Thoughts on the Teacher Who Became the Text. And I want to appreciate BMN College for what you are doing in honor of this man from Africa who later became a teacher of the world. And the truths and the knowledge that he has spoken over 60 years has become transcendental, and indeed it has become universal cultural heritage for all of us. This is quintessentially important because we have in our age and the generation people who rise from our midst, and then they become the voice of our conscience, not very different from Mahatma Gandhi in your own country. He ceases to be confined to dictates of space and time and becomes a universal teacher of mankind. And perhaps this is where Ngũgĩ is headed. So I will read the abstract to give a gist of what it is that I'm going to cover in the next 27 minutes or so. And here it goes. This lecture titled Remembering Ngũgĩ, Thoughts on the Teacher Who Became the Text, reflects on the intellectual formation, radical literary vision, and enduring legacy of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o through a scripture that he particularly liked out of the Bible. It is Luke, the book of Luke, chapter 6, verse 40. And it says, I quote, "A student is not above the teacher, but everyone who is fully trained will be like their teacher." End of quote. The lecture is framed as a kind of elegy because we're still in mourning, and we try to trace his very humble arise from the peasant farms west of Nairobi, in terms of the Gikuyu upbringing that he had, through his colonial education and later his international exposure to ideas such as socialism, social justice, and so on and so forth. Mentors such as Professor David Cook at Makerere and Professor Arthur Ravenscroft at Leeds University emerge as key figures who catalyzed Ngũgĩ's ideological and stylistic evolution. These intellectual relationships, grounded in rigorous critique and dialogic trust, underscore the central claim that I always believe. Ngũgĩ was made not only by struggle, but also by mentorship. Yet, his final act of cremation outside Kenya and away from the traditional rites of the Gikuyu tradition he held so dear, deepens the philosophical dimensions of his life. In choosing fire over earth as a burial element, he turned his own body into a radical metaphor of mobility, freedom, and the dematerialized legacy of the teacher. Just as he moved from disciple to master, he refused to domesticate in death, allowing his legacy, therefore, to disperse like the ash from his cremation, unfixed, borderless, and intellectually fertile. His cremation, which is unique within Kenyan traditions and within the literary corridors of Africa, becomes the final pedagogical act of this sage, a rejection of institutional enclosure and a lesson in epistemic sovereignty. My lecture argues that Ngũgĩ's life and death together form a living curriculum, a challenge to universities, educators like ourselves, and young creatives, as well as young professors in the making who are also listening to me. Across Africa, and his important lesson to all of us is that mentorship is a crucial part of cultural liberation, that Ngũgĩ is gone, but we still must keep alive his message, and we still must transmit the wisdom that he gave us to the successive generations. My lecture is in 3 parts. The first part looks at how we received his death here in Kenya within the intellectual circles of this country. And the second part focuses on his cremation, which I look at as a metaphor of some sort. And the last part, I talk about mentorship, something which was very close to Ngũgĩ as he started aging. From the moment he turned 70, he has spent his 70s and 80s mentoring young people and trying to link with young generation of writers, both in Africa and outside Africa, as a way of, making the next generation of voices of the global South to become stable and visible. So the first part of the lecture is entitled Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the Poetics of Passing. Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the Poetics of Passing. The death of Professor Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o in May 2025 sent shockwaves across the world. For those of us situated within African literary circles here in Kenya, the news struck not as a distant headline, but as a profoundly personal rupture. I first heard of his death on a quiet Wednesday night through the heavy and silent voice of Professor Miriam Musonye, the current chair lady of the same department of literature where Ngũgĩ served at the University of Nairobi. Her voice, which came to me almost towards midnight in my capacity as the Secretary General of the Literature and Performing Arts Association of Kenya, went like this, and I quote, "Can you believe he's gone? I spoke with him just last Friday. It hasn't even been a week. And now Ngũgĩ is no more," end of quote. This voice of a fellow scholar, Professor Musonye, from the University of Nairobi, captured the surreal immediacy of the loss that had just happened. In that moment, her personal sorrow fused with cultural trauma, as though a continent had lost its ancestral compass. As members of the Kenya Literary Fraternity, collected under the newly registered Literature and Performing Arts Society of Kenya, which has about 1,400 members, we are part today of an ongoing conversation which is deeply influenced by his influence and his ideas. Our WhatsApp group, which exists, ordinarily vibrant with scholarly updates and literary discussions, is still up to now, 2 months later, consumed by grief and flooded with tributes as well as nostalgia, as people share how Ngũgĩ impacted on them, and some of them share photos showing how they encountered Ngũgĩ at different points of their lives. Ngũgĩ was more than just a novelist, which is what perhaps the world knows him about. He was also a philosopher. Those of you listening to me also know that he was a dramatist and a revolutionary educator. He was also, up to the age of 85 and above, a consummate storyteller of the global village. He was a griot of resistance and a cartographer of decolonial imagination. From the moment he emerged in his 20s with his early novels, including The River Between, Weep Not Child, to his scathing indictment of the post-independence government in Kenya in Petals of Blood in 1977, Ngũgĩ shaped the consciousness of various generations, including my own, people born in the 1970s. His life embodied a singular trajectory from rural Limuru, just outside Nairobi, in the farmlands of tea and maize, to the global stage, which he occupied later in his life. His writings were not only artistic expressions, but interventions into power structures. They were weapons forged in the fire of ideological clarity within the Cold War and the linguistic conviction that he believed in. He refused to be content with the passive role of the writer as a casual observer of life. In bracket, literature is a mirror of society. Instead, he became what Edward Said, the famous post-colonial thinker, has called in 1994, quote unquote, a public intellectual. One who enters the stage and settles the complacent and risks everything, including his personal freedom and life, for the pursuit of truth. For Ngũgĩ, literature was not just an art, it was a battlefield, a site of contestation where memory and resistance converge. He was not simply writing about Africa in his stories and his reflections philosophically, he was also writing for it. He had positioned himself in a very interesting way as one of the tongues of contemporary Africa. Perhaps Ngũgĩ's most enduring philosophical contribution lies in his radical understanding of language as both a site of oppression and a weapon of liberation. In Decolonizing the Mind, a book which is very common and famous in Indian Academy, he unflinchingly argued that the colonization of African people began with the colonization of their languages. The language he asserted is not merely a medium of communication, but it is also a vessel that carries our culture. It is a kind of granary or repository of our collective memory, and it is also an instrument of power in questions of identity politics. By writing in English, for example, African writers inadvertently perpetuated the epistemic violence of the same empire that they were writing against. His celebrated shift to writing in Gikuyu in 1977 with the first play called Ngahi Kandeda, in brackets, I will marry when I want, he made a literary decision that was a very radical act of epistemic resistance within the body of knowledge in the world that has constellated and became known as post-colonial discourse. Language for him was not just a battlefield where colonial power sought to erase. It was also a place where Africans and other people of the global South, including those who had undergone European colonialism, could reassert themselves in their self-determination as well as in their newly found freedoms, politically speaking. His radical critique did not just stop with colonialism. Ngũgĩ extended to the betrayals of the Black and African post-independent rulers and governance. He saw in Africa's emergent political elites after independence a mirror of the very imperial structures that they had sought to replace. In other words, out goes the white government, colonial government, and in come African or Black governments that were utilizing the same structures of oppression and therefore duplicating, if not mimicking, the very oppression and practices that they had fought in the anti-colonial struggles. In novels like Matigari, published in 1987, he satirizes the comprador bourgeoisie, who used state power not to liberate but to exploit. It was for him very important that neocolonialism should not just be seen through the lens of European discourse, but it should also be seen from the lens of, global South scholars like himself and Claude Ake from Nigeria. The book to look for is 1981. He exposed how post-independence, post-political independence had not translated into cultural and economic autonomy for many of the peoples of Africa. And therefore, he bent his own intellectual discourses towards socialism. Remember that he was changing his outlook of philosophy at a time when the Cold War was at its high noon. His socialism, steeped in Pan-Africanist values and solidarity, called for a radical restructuring not only of governance, but the very epistemic and economic foundations of our societies. He understood that the leader of Guinean struggle, Amilcar Cabral, and others like Nyerere, struggle was not just liberation for the sake of political comfort, but it was also liberation for all sides of identity, including economic, psychological, linguistic, and even existential. The personal cost of Ngũgĩ's commitments were immense. He was arrested and imprisoned without a trial in 1977 by the first president of Kenya. He later fled from Kenya in 1982 when the second president of Kenya transformed the republic into a kind of dictatorship. His body may have been abroad, yes, first in Britain, then later across the Atlantic in the US, but his mind was perpetually and firmly rooted in the African struggles on the continent. His exile became a new site of resistance for him, especially in the 1980s, late 1980s, 1990s, as well as the early 2000s. In fact, his influence on pedagogy cannot also be overstated, because even when he was abroad, his books continued to be taught within schools, especially in higher education institutions, and his voice therefore remained pertinently alive in African classrooms, even when his own physical body was across the Atlantic in the Americas. While Ngũgĩ often foregrounded the Gikuyu experience, his intellectual project was never ethnic chauvinism. Rather, it was an expansive vision of African cultural pluralism. We see this in Moving the Center, published in 1990, for example. He believed that no single story could capture the complexity of African life. Not a story by Soyinka, not a singular story by Kutsi, not a singular story by Naguib Mahfouz from Cairo, not a singular story by Achebe could capture the totality of African cultural experience. Let us remember that Africa is a vast continent, second in size only to Asia, and harboring not less than 55 republics, and of course, more than 1,000 different languages. He admired the diversity of African worldviews and was deeply influenced by the African oral literature heritage. Proverbs and folklore formed part of his communal epistemologies. His work encourages us to resist totalizing narratives or grand narratives that seek to make the complex look simple. To embrace the contradiction, he also helped us to see that in contradictions, there not only lies ambivalence and paradox, but also lies forms of knowledges that can tickle our mind. To eulogize Ngũgĩ for me, therefore, is not merely to mourn him, but to receive his legacy as a moral obligation. And we all understand morals and moral obligation from the discourse of Gandhi and the work that people like Mala Pandurang have been doing for many decades in India. His life, Ngũgĩ's, was a sustained act of resistance, an uninterrupted call to reclaim African sovereignty, cultural, intellectual, and economic. As we bid him farewell and celebrate him in a conference like this one, we are also encouraged to resist the temptation to domesticate his memory into a kind of nostalgia. Instead, I present that we must honor his work by continuing his legacy. He taught us that memory is not passive recollection, but active resistance. He taught us to work against forgetting. He taught us to work against assimilation. He taught us to work against the numbing comforts of post-colonial complicity. His writings, which will remain with us for generations, will continue to echo whenever our tongues seek to be unshackled. Wherever there is injustice, that is where the discourses of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o will remain alive. His words live not only as tombstones or as cemeteries, but they also live as seeds, fertile seeds, demanding our care, demanding our courage, demanding our continued resistance. We are not here to bury Ngũgĩ, we are here to cultivate his memory. At least that is what I believe we are gathered here for the next 3 days to do. When you look at the question of cremation, Mala, you see that this is a cultural practice that is very familiar in India. It is a wonderful coincidence that in this Indian conference, an African like me may talk about this cultural practice that is not very common within African cultural rites of passage, including the rites of passage of death. Most African cultures go for the burial of the dead body. The dead body is returned back to the earth. And when it is returned back to the earth through burial, the digging of a pit in the earth and the burial of the same body, it is considered that in the Christian faith that most Africans perpetuate, it is considered that which came from dust has returned to dust, and that which came from the earth has gone back to the earth. Now, the elements exist that are all known to us: the element of wind, the element of fire, the element of water, and the element of earth. This is clear through the teaching of Hinduism, and also to some extent the teaching of Indian cultural heritage. But for Africans, fire has never been something that they can think of as the element used in a funeral rite. It is the earth that is the dominant element when it comes to the burial of Africans in their funerals. And Ngũgĩ's desire and of course Ngũgĩ's wish, which was upheld, for his body to be cremated and his ash not to be entombed in the earth, is one that continues to cause a little bit of consternation and bewilderment in many African communities of scholars. There are scholars who think that he did not do the right thing. There are others who believe that there is a lesson to learn from this act of his final departure. So cremation as metaphor. Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's cremation, conducted far away from Kenya and outside the proscription of African burial rites, symbolizes a deliberate metaphysical unmooring rather than a repudiation. Gikuyu cosmology, which I also belong to, typically anchors human existence within the land. Burial reattaches the departed to both the clan lineage and ancestral memory, which is symbolized by the land. Ngũgĩ's decision to be cremated, therefore, constitutes a profound symbolic intervention. It deliberately unshackles the individual from geography while affirming continuity through language, memory, and thought. This aligns with his perpetual ontological philosophy that identity and presence are constituted through relationality and narrative rather than plot or earthbound belonging. Cremation becomes, for me, a metaphor for legacy as a circulating breath rather than burying dead bones. When we bury the body, we are burying the bones, the remains, the physical remains. But when we cremate the body, we kind of make the body not to be very important, and we make the spirit, symbolized by the ashes, to be supreme. The ash, therefore, for me, disperses physically and metaphorically the extension of Ngũgĩ's ideological presence beyond any one place. When you bury the body, Mala, you have to put it in a physical place, whether it's Mumbai, whether it's Chennai, whether it's Kerala, whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether it is Goa. When you bury the body in a physical place, you kind of locate it, you kind of fixate it, you kind of situate it. But when you make the body to be irrelevant through fire, through ashes, through burning, through cremation, then we make the idea of geography as an area of identity-based formation to be disputed. His life works, which insisted on the sovereignty of African languages and the rejection of colonial epistemic primacy, finds its ritual echo in the kind of death that he sought. Liberation continues not only in geography-bound internment, but in the mobility of his ideas. In Gikuyu ritual, Gikuyu culture is what I belong to. He also belonged to the same culture. Fire mediates between cosmic planes. It cleanses, according to our culture. It transforms, according to our culture. And it also sends the spirit upwards together with the smoke. It is for this reason, Mala, that Africans use fire to conduct sacrifices. They burn offerings. Whether these offerings are plant or animal, they burn these offerings. And when the smoke goes up in heaven, it is considered that this is the upward ascendancy of the spirit. So we want to believe metaphorically so that Ngũgĩ's cremation sent his soul, his spirit with the smoke upwards. And in that figurative manner, we seek to see what all this means from an academic point of view. Fire in many African traditions, if I may say so, is simultaneously destructive and generative. It purifies, it illuminates, and it creates transformation. In Ngũgĩ's ontology, language, the medium of culture, functions similarly. It can either imprison or liberate. Cremation with fire becomes a final metaphor from this philosopher for the liberation central to his epistemological project of 60 years. Just as he rejected the colonial language apparatus in favor of writing in Gikuyu, thereby incinerating imposed cognitive structures, so cremation releases his physical form from constraints, allowing his ideas and ideologies to circulate freely. The ash, for me, carries no fixed identity. It represents potential. This death ritual as philosophy resonates with this radical understanding of our beingness. Identity is not fixed and fixated, according to Ngũgĩ and his teachings, but it is performed and enacted. The fire speaks to the refusal of fossilized traditions. Echoing his calls for a dynamic living culture, the cremation ceremony in the United States, quiet, private, and family-oriented, embodies the epistemic independence he championed throughout his life. It affirms the memory that memory needs not to be enshrined in tangible cemeteries, tangible stone, tangible tombs, or tangible graveyards. The great philosopher Ngũgĩ consistently resisted appropriation of his own idea by the governments of Africa or by the institutional structures that they represented. It is for me befitting that the government of Kenya waited for his body in vain. The government of Kenya, which has not been, of course, practicing a lot of social justice over the past 60 years of our independence, the government of Kenya was waiting to make Ngũgĩ's body a fetish. It was waiting for Ngũgĩ's body to come in a coffin from the United States and have a state burial, not very different from the one they are called dictators of Africa. Quite flamboyant, eloquent in terms of color, in terms of pomp and pageantry, you know, with mock tears, call them crocodile tears. This is what the government of Africa, the government of Kenya was waiting for. But Ngũgĩ robbed them this chance by making himself cremated in the United States and refusing this state grandeur, which of course is committed at the expense of the taxpayer. Ngũgĩ was kind of speaking from the grave, if you may want, or speaking from the dead. The great philosopher, choice of cremation dismisses the possibility of state funeral, wastage of taxpayer money, a national mausoleum to be fetishized, and institutional preoccupation with his body, a body which the same state in Kenya expelled in the form of exile in 1982. Just as he rejected colonial canonization, he also rejected the attempt by the Kenyan government to have his body, yet it is the same government that had jailed his body in the 1970s. In doing so, he perpetuates his lifelong stance against co-optation. State funerals often turn writers into symbols of national myth-making. Ngũgĩ instead chose to remain a question mark, subverting scripted memories that had already been, scripted memories and scripted speeches that had already been drafted from State House or from the White House in Nairobi. By cremating privately and abroad, he denied the Kenyan government, which of course he has been talking against and its excesses, the ability to domesticate and own his legacy. His ashes could not be conscripted into a nationalist museum for the sake of political favor. This final gesture abroad resonates with his own individual critique of post-colonial governance in Kenya and elsewhere. Post-colonial independence can never substitute cognitive decolonization, according to him. The symbolic refusal to be buried on Kenyan soil becomes his final gesture at self-determination, affirming that the intellectual self, like Mala, myself, and the professor who has just spoken before me, among others who are listening to me, controls its own narrative arc, even beyond life. I will repeat that. The symbolic refusal to be buried on African soil becomes Ngũgĩ's gesture of autonomy and self-determination. He affirms through this that the intellectual self controls its own narrative arc, even beyond life. This philosophical assertion of sovereignty of the intellectual aligns with his broader critique of institutionalized cultural hegemony. Exile defined much of Ngũgĩ's adult life, yet his intellectual presence remained rooted in Gikuyu language and African liberational struggles. Cremation outside the homeland becomes a poetic commentary on exile. His physical return is unnecessary when his legacy is what we need. Gikuyu metaphysics teaches us that presence is sustained through ritual, through language and memory. And because of this, his ontology thus privileges relational presence over geographical fetishization. His ashes now, scattered or symbolically dispersed, mirror and reflect the diaspora of Gikuyu's metaphysical and existential thought across the 5 continents that exist on the planet today. Ngũgĩ now does not belong to one given space. He now belongs to the entire global village. And through the baptism of fire, through the consummation of fire and his cremation, he not only found closure, but he gave his legacy a new mandate that we now no longer own Ngũgĩ as Kenyans. We now no longer own Ngũgĩ as Gikuyus. We now no longer own Ngũgĩ as Africans. We now release Ngũgĩ. The same way the body was released, the spirit was released through fire, we now release Ngũgĩ to the rest of the globe. He becomes, therefore, part and parcel of the intangible cultural heritage of mankind. The last thought that I want to say in the next 3 minutes is that a lot of people focus on Ngũgĩ and how he emerges out of Black epistemology and African culture. But a few of us remember that Ngũgĩ was also a man who was made by the schools that he went to. Some of the schools that Ngũgĩ attended were quite elitist in the colonial Kenya that he grew up. I'm talking about Alliance High School, which is quite a kind of, what would I call it? It's a kind of an elite, it's an elite school in Kenya, even today. It is where the cream of Kenyan students are trained. And Ngũgĩ did not just arise out of the peasant life of his mother and father and his upbringing. He also went to this good school called Alliance for his high school education. And there he came to terms with colonial education, British curriculum, as well as European literature and other parts of European traditions. And because of this, there are some teachers who taught him that he remembers. For example, he remembers the headmaster of his time in high school, a colonial educator known as Carrie Francis. He remembers the impact of Carrie Francis and his colonial outlook of education, which governed his 6 years in high school in Kenya between the early 1950s to the late 1950s. He remembers Carrie Francis, and he makes reference of Carrie Francis in his works, including in Petals of Blood. But he also remembers his teachers at Makerere University, the place where he proceeded after his high school in Kenya. At that time, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, 3 East African countries, were being governed by the British colonial government as one political entity. So Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania in the 1950s existed as one political entity governed by the British. So you would go to high school in Kenya, but your university education could happen in Uganda. And this is what happened to Ngũgĩ. So Ngũgĩ went to high school in Kenya, then he went to Makerere University in Uganda for his university education. And there, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, he came face to face with a very interesting teacher. He's a professor from England called David Cook, a man who has remained larger than life in African literature even today. David Cook himself, an early post-colonial thinker, had already started seeing that transition was inevitable. And he played a very important transitional role in the Department of English at University of Makerere in Uganda in the 1950s and 60s when Ngũgĩ was there, in helping the young Black writers who are emerging to kind of hone their skills and also accept their writing talents. So one of Ngũgĩ's earliest work in 1962 is a collection of short stories that he helped David Cook to compile. This short story is called In Black and White, and a collection of East African short stories published in 1962 has Ngũgĩ as the person who was doing the editorial work, the compilation, and it has David Cook as his mentor overseeing that process. It is the same David Cook who also helped Ngũgĩ to understand Conrad and other writers of the Caribbean region who Ngũgĩ holds very dear as his mentors. So the influential role played by David Cook at Makerere cannot be forgotten. And I'm thinking of this, Mala, because in many books that talk about Ngũgĩ and his flowering and Ngũgĩ and his philosophy, rarely is it mentioned that some of his teachers left everlasting impact on him, including the teachers who are white and who sometimes remain unsung in the story of Ngũgĩ's formation. So I think of these in a paper. If we are going to write this into a final paper, I will include that subsection called The Unsung Pedagogies of Ngũgĩ to pay homage to people like David Cook, who are influential in his flowering and in his ideologies. After Makerere University, Ngũgĩ did not go to a PhD, as it were, but he went to University of Leeds in the United Kingdom. And there at the University of Leeds, he came into contact with another influencing British scholar who was a post-colonialist in his own right. And I'm thinking here, Mala, about our good old teacher, not because he taught us in class, but teacher because he was the founding editor of the Journal of Commonwealth Literature. I'm thinking of Professor Arthur Ravenscroft, the famous Professor Arthur Ravenscroft of University of Leeds, who today is memorialized through the Ravenscroft lectures that happen annually at Leeds University. And it is at Leeds, under Arthur Ravenscroft, that Ngũgĩ encountered the writings of Frantz Fanon, the writings of C.L.R. James, the writings of Raymond Williams, among others. And these helped to sharpen his socialist and social justice outlook. Under the mentorship of Professor Arthur Ravenscroft, himself a notable figure in postcolonial literary studies, Ngũgĩ indeed deepened his inquiry in the mid-60s into the relationship between language power and liberation. So in my final paper, I will also pay homage to Professor Arthur Ravenscroft and how he helped Ngũgĩ to undergo what I call the socialist turn in his writings. Ever since he wrote that work under Ravenscroft called A Grain of Wheat, published in 1965, Ngũgĩ had started already changing his outlook from the early novels that he had written towards the socialist ideologies that he would later manifest through his works. In conclusion, therefore, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's death, though an incalculable loss to us Africans and people of the global South, also completes an arc of his intellectual flowering, where the teacher, having given all he could in flesh and blood, now becomes the enduring text that we must study. In this sense, the finality of his death is illusory. His life has been transcribed into a body of work that continues to teach, provoke, and inspire. Ngũgĩ the man is dead, but Ngũgĩ the text, Ngũgĩ the body of discourse exists. This is the deepest resonance with the famous Luke chapter 6, verse 40, that captures his own outlook as a philosopher of Africa. The teacher who forms his disciples, who may grow even beyond him. The master who lives on through the lessons he deposited in generations of his students. He becomes a literary scripture now in death, not fixed like stones and cemeteries, but living in interpretation and the works that he has left behind. every student, including those who are listening to me now, who wrestles with his writings, including Decolonizing the Mind, every activist today in Africa who reads his novel, Matigari, as a blueprint for African resistance against neocolonial injustice, every playwright in India who will in future translate and stage Ngahi Kandeda as a defiance against state excesses. Each of these today becomes an exegete of the text that is Ngũgĩ himself. Even in his death, he has become didactic. His decision to be cremated, his final gesture of metaphorical fire, speaks volumes to us. It underscores his lifelong commitment to unsettling the norms, resisting confinement and complacency, and teaching through defiance and ambiguities. And as in his novels, where characters often transcend personal suffering to illuminate societal justice, so in death does Ngũgĩ the philosopher challenge us to rethink how we commemorate our heroes in the 21st century. He did not allow his body to be turned into a government monument for empty rhetoric and homage. Instead, he invited us through cremation to turn to his ideas, into his philosophies, and fail to be preoccupied with the place where he last occupied the earth. Thus, in honoring Ngũgĩ today, this conference, from the barrels of the pen, Ngũgĩ, we are not only giving him elegies, we are also writing an open-ended curriculum through this conference and its eventual publication, an ongoing curriculum that will continue to stimulate interest not only to Ngũgĩ the man, but also Ngũgĩ the philosopher, and by extension, Ngũgĩ the text, the body of works that he has left behind for us as his legacy. That is the end of my presentation, Mala, and I hope that I've made justice to the 32 minutes that you have given me. And please excuse that I have transited beyond the deadline of my allocated time. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay.
Most
Thank
kindly.
you, Justus. Absolutely brilliant as usual. Absolutely brilliant, articulate. Ngũgĩ the philosopher, something that I think that we really, really have digested, appreciated, learned so much. The way that you analyzed that he chose to get cremated and not buried. And since we have recorded this, and we're going to have a recording, I'm going to return to the recording, as I'm sure everybody else who is here this morning, and revisit every word that you have said. We have a young scholar now who will be giving you the formal work of vote of thanks, Dr. Kalapi Sen, a young upcoming Africanist. But once again, thank you so much, Justus. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the honor. Thank you, Professor Makokha. I am personally, I wanted to thank you for bringing up the issue of cremation of Ngũgĩ Thiong'o. Last month, I was attending the 50th annual conference of the ALA, African Literature Association. There was a session on Ngũgĩ Thiong'o and a tribute being offered to him by the stalwarts, people who have worked on him, people who have worked with him, and there was his a lady who had translated his works, famous as Ngũgĩ's translator, etc. But one point that I had a first-hand experience was of the controversy regarding Ngũgĩ's cremation, where definitely, as you pointed out, that people over there, people throughout the globe, they were quite in a controversial situation as to one portion of people, one group of people thinking that he hasn't done the right thing. But of course, today, when you linked it with the concept of freedom, the philosophy of freedom, and not being willing to be chained in some particular situation or particular place and being fetishized, it is quite important link that you have created. On behalf of the organizers, I really thank you for the wonderful insights and the beautiful way you have introduced Ngũgĩ, his works, his philosophy, and his transition, the radical transition from the English language, where he had earned his actual fame from, and then moving on to Kikuyu and beginning a new journey altogether, and fighting against all the odds in writing in Kikuyu. And then finally, as Professor Ghosh was talking about it in the last session, that why was he translating? What is the importance of translation? And then how you have brought his final decision to be cremated and not buried according to the African customs. It was really incredible, and definitely thanks to the organizers who are recording the session, that we as scholars, as teachers, and of course the future students will be able to know about Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, his philosophy, his works, his radical decisions in future, because Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, I personally feel, is one writer who needs to be cultivated in the present socio-cultural and political situation, but unfortunately, not so much included in the academy. Thank you once again. Thank you, organizers, for asking me to do the honors to thank Professor Makokha. Thank you.
As one of the other organizers, thank you, Dr. Makokha. Absolute honor
I
listening
think,
to
I think Dr. Makokha wants
again
to say something.
Yes, sir, please.
Mala, I just wanted to thank my colleague who has said that she actually attended the African Literature Association convention this year here in Nairobi, and noticed that the decision to be cremated by Ngũgĩ was still ruffling feathers, because it was something not quite expected. Remember that his colleague Achebe in West Africa had passed on in 2013, and the way he was venerated as a post-colonial writer, the world took note that he was buried in his hometown in eastern Nigeria, even when he died in the United States. So it appears to me that Achebe set the pace for the kind of method of entombment that should happen if any of his peers was to die. So you look at Soyinka today is still alive, but if he passes on, the conventional thinking is that he will be buried like Achebe. But then Ngũgĩ radically, took a different direction. And that is something that is still, being deconstructed by African scholars. A larger share of popular thinkers think that he went against the grain, and it was a kind of anticlimax of the teachings within Gikuyu culture that he had, given to the world. Yet, of course, as Kalapi says, there is always a new way of reading an act, especially when that act is a cultural act, as Professor Anuradha Ghosh has taught us for years.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Nandini, back to you.
Yeah, no, I was just saying thank you to Dr. Makokha. This was indeed enlightening. And the very fact that you brought, you come from where Ngũgĩ comes from, and then you talked about him from a point of having known him, and then the case that you make for him to be a global figure. Not that it was, you didn't need to make that case. We were already there because we appreciate and love him so much. But you brought him so close. You told us why, he has become the person that he has become. And particularly being a teacher, many of us are teachers here. So his progression from being a teacher to somebody who's taught, somebody who's now looked at as the figure for resistance. And you did that so beautifully with your personal anecdotes and your scholarship. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Dr. Said, I think someone has a question. Shubhankar Jana, I guess, has a question.
I actually, for plenary speakers, we do not have
Right.
Q&A.
I thought somebody has missed that out in the chat box, so I just wanted to.
No, so therefore we will move on to the technical sessions.
Nandini,
yes, sir.
Nandini, may I just, with your permission, may I read a small poem which I wrote from the bottom of my heart for this wonderful
Absolutely.
teacher who has
It will
left
be.
us.
It will be an absolute pleasure.
Allow me less than a minute to wear my poetic cap.
Please do.
Asante. Thank you. Namaste. Kwa heri ya kuonana. Kwa heri ya kuonana. Katika rasharasha ya mwezi wa tano, daraja la kimya lilililia kwa heshima. Jina lako lilivuma kwa upole kama dua ya bibi kwa lugha ya nyumbani. Ngũgĩ alilala, mwanga ukamchukua. Moto ulilowaka haukukuwa mwisho, ilikuwa taa kwa wanao wa kesho. Hakukukuwa na ngoma, lakini tulikuwa kwa mioyo, kwa mistari, kwa maombi. Enda salama Ngũgĩ, mwana wa Afrika na dunia. Maneno yako bado huishi kwetu, si kumbukumbu ya maiti ya shujaa, ni mbegu, ni mwalimu, ni mkate wa kila siku pia. Na kila somo lako ulilotufundisha utakuwa uhuru na mizizi yetu, kama vile bendera za nchi zetu zinavyozidi kupepea milele. Farewell, great poet, great sage, great philosopher, child of Africa and the world, Ngũgĩ. A calvert sighed in peace in the drizzles of May. Your name rose gently like a morning song. It echoed in the valley of quiet and silent. Like grandmothers in prayerful prayer, they sing today, Ngũgĩ has rested, Ngũgĩ has rested. The light has led him home. The flame that kissed you was not death's command. It was a torchlight for feet of those to come. Indeed, in abroad there was no drum, yet hearts across the worlds beat softly like drums, speaking thanks and saying, travel well, son of the universe. Your words still walk with us, Ngũgĩ, alive and clear. Not etched in stones like tombstones, but breathed in daily acts and lessons. Each lesson plants a root where freedom grows, not like flags or speeches, but like the mother tongues in which we all dream. Return to your now universal home, return to your now ancestral home, return to the universe that donated you to us. Fare thee well, great scribe, fare thee well, great poet, fare thee well, teacher of teachers, fare thee well, our master. Thank you very much, Nandini.
Thank you so much. I'm sure there's lots of conversation that wants to come out of this, but for paucity of time, we will not be able to do it. But we will be in touch with you over email. Professor Ghosh had an intervention. I think we can do that over email. And namaskar, and thank you so much for joining us. So this has been a scintillating morning with absolutely brilliant presentations from all our plenary speakers. We now move to the next segment of our conference. And Iti, will you take over?
Yeah. So hello everyone again. Let's just move on to our very first technical session, and for which we have Professor Nandini amongst us as the moderator. And now I would like to invite the very first presenter, that is Dr. Madhumita Chakrabarti.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, Madhumita, you are.
Okay. Thanks, Nandini.
Yes, you are.
It's a very tall order to be a speaker following that brilliant talk. So because everything else that follows after that is going to seem very, very blasé and, nothing as compared to the erudition we've seen from Dr. Makokha and before him from Anuradha. So anyway, thank you, Nandini, for this opportunity. And
Madhumita, you'll have to allow me to introduce you formally.
okay.
So I think we tend to take our friends for granted, but that apart, Madhumita is a very well-known scholar in this area and also from my university. And let me, Iti, will you read out her bio note because you had taken it from me, or should I go ahead? Okay. This is an absolute pleasure to introduce someone I have known for a very long time. I know her as a very esteemed colleague. I know her as a scholar and also someone with whom I went to university with. So the bond is very, very close. But for people who do not know her, Dr. Madhumita Chakrabarti is Professor, Department of English, Zakir Hussain, Delhi College, Evening. She has over 2 decades of teaching experience in Delhi University and has authored or edited 7 books and published extensively in both national and international journals. Her most recent work is an edited volume titled Language, Literature, Culture and Cinema, a collection of essays in honor of Professor Harish Narang. She has worked extensively on African literature, specifically Bessie Head for her PhD research. She has also created video lecture modules on this area for IGNU and has been the convener of the DU syllabus design on the modules of post-colonial literature and African literatures. She has been the convener of various administrative committees in the college, including the admissions committee, timetable, academic supervisory committee, etc. She has served on a number of committees at the university level, including the Central Admissions Bulletin Subcommittee in 2019 to 20, and the Admissions Grievance Committee in 20 to 21 and 21 to 22. She was a part of the OBE Evaluation Committee constituted by the University of Delhi during the years of the pandemic and has also been a member of the Annual Convocation Committee of the university from 2021 onwards. Thank you so much, Professor Chakrabarti, for joining us, and we are looking forward to learning from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The screen is yours.
Thank you. I have about 10 minutes, I guess.
You could make it 15.
I could make it 15. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, so the title of my paper is Interrogating Power, Justice and Marginalization in Resistance Theatre, the Trial of Deden Kemathi and Bayan. So resistance theatre in its essence functions as a medium of political intervention and cultural critique. It is a performative strategy to confront entrenched systems of oppression and to project the voices of the marginalized into the public sphere. The genre is characterized by its engagement with themes of social justice, resistance, and transformation, often emanating from the grassroots and articulating collective trauma and aspiration. In this regard, the Trial of Deden Kemathi by Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and Miserigi Themugo and Bayan by Mahashweta Devi stand as seminal texts that interrogate the axis of power, justice, and marginalization through theatrical form. Although written in different contexts, one in colonial, post-colonial Africa and the other in rural, caste-bound India, both these plays interrogate power, justice, and marginalization. Kemathi, the leader of the Mau Mau rebellion, confronts colonial institutional power, while Chondidashi Gongodashi endures cultural, patriarchal, and caste oppression. Together, the plays demonstrate that resistance theatre operates across different scales of power, from the imperial courtroom to the village graveyard. So this paper undertakes a comparative analysis of these plays to demonstrate how resistance theatre can interrogate and reframe dominant socio-political narratives. So the discussion focuses on these 3 thematic axes, which I said in my title: the dramatization of institutional power and its abuse, the concept of justice in relation to colonial and caste-based violence, and the representation of the marginalized subject as both victim and agents of resistance. So, as we know, resistance theater as a genre will transcend the boundaries of conventional dramatic representation to serve as a cultural weapon against oppression. It is not merely an artistic expression, but an ideological act deeply invested in questioning the authorities. Rooted in the traditions of political theater, Brechtian epic theater, and Augusto Boal's theater of the oppressed, resistance theater emphasizes collective consciousness, rejects passive spectatorship, and foregrounds the voices of the marginalized. It seeks to alienate and engage the audience simultaneously, compelling critical consciousness and political action. In the post-colonial context, resistance theater becomes a site where counter-histories can emerge and subaltern voices can challenge hegemonic discourses. So in the post-colonial African context, theater has frequently been a medium for re-narrating history from the perspective of the colonized, challenging imperial historiography and invoking national memory as a tool of resistance. And the play, The Trial of Dedan Kimathi, is one of the most significant examples of this tradition. It was written in 1976, almost 2 decades after Kimathi's execution, which took place in 1957. The play engages with the Mau Mau liberation struggle, not merely to commemorate its hero, but also to critique the lingering legacies of colonialism and inspire political consciousness in a post-independence Kenya that, according to Ngũgĩ, had failed to realize the promises of liberation. G.D. Killam, in his book An Introduction to the Writings of Ngũgĩ, comments that the play is, and I quote, a song of praise for the feats of leadership and resistance of the most brilliant of the generals of the independence struggle, who, along with his brothers-in-arms, Koitalel and Mikilitili, for example, are neglected, often repudiated heroes, their deeds for the most part not known by the present generation of young Kenyans, end quote. The play, therefore, according to Killam, is, again, I quote, an attempt to restore the character of Kimathi to his legitimate place in the history of Kenya. This is also, reasserted by Ngũgĩ when he says in the preface to the play, and this is very important because it actually gives us the lens, the preface here gives us the lens through which we look at the play. And I'm quoting here from the preface in which he says, we agreed that the most important thing for us was to reconstruct imaginatively our history, envisioning the world of the Mau Mau and Kimathi in terms of the peasants and the workers' struggles before and after constitutional independence. The play is not a reproduction of the farcical quote-unquote trial at Nyeri. It is rather an imaginative recreation and interpretation of the collective will of the Kenyan peasants and workers in their refusal to break under 60 years of colonial torture and ruthless oppression by the British ruling classes, and their continued determination to resist exploitation, oppression, and new forms of enslavement, end quote. So they also go on to say how they chose to write this because there had been no single historical work by Kenyan which actually talked of this resistance. So ultimately, the trial of Dedan Kimathi is an articulation of the subaltern voice, the woman, the peasants, the common man, and we know that they are not given names in the play. They are just the woman, the boy, the girl, the peasants, the judge. Only I think Shaw Henderson and Kimathi, they are some of the few characters who are names. Otherwise, it's the banker, the judge, and so on and so forth. Against not just the British colonizers, but perhaps more critical and sinister, the neoliberal petty bourgeoisie, who have taken control of the country and are tyrants and oppressors of the modern age. Similarly, in Bayan, Mahashweta Devi reclaims the voice of Chondidashi Gongadashi, a woman ostracized by caste and superstition to critique the intertwined oppressions of patriarchy and casteism. Chondi has been falsely accused by the community of being a witch or a Bayan. Consequently, she has been ostracized from the community and the family and leads a life on the margins. Mahashweta Devi recounts how it takes a tragedy for society to truly understand her. But the reality is proof of the fact that such sacrifice, which she undertakes at the end, has done little for the fate of women in similar situations in subsequent times. So Mahashweta Devi also observes that the frequent persecution of women in villages who are accused of being witches and charged with indulging in the practice of black magic and necromancy is also what is reflected in the book. And what is interesting is that this constructing women as witches is not just done by males, it is also done by females. And one may argue sometimes it is the females who are more overtly religious and more overtly superstitious, and they don't, the gender aspect, therefore, in this case, at times seems to get slightly what can I say, it's slightly less important as compared to the social aspect of branding someone as a witch. So the elaborate punitive rituals lead to burning them, parading them naked, and subjecting them to murderous assaults or ousting them from any human community. So in both these cases, whether in Kenya or in India, theatre becomes an oppositional tool, interrogating the legitimacy of dominant institutions and offering a radical reimagining of justice. So if we go to his fight for independence in Kenya, we know that in the 19th century, several European nations ventured into Kenya's interior. We know the scramble for Africa, which happened in the late part of, after which how the African continent, how the colonizers took over the African continent after the scramble for Africa happened. And just as in many other countries, as European presence grew, they began to claim vast areas of fertile land for cultivation, for commerce, and gradually through laws, they reserved these territories exclusively for the white Europeans, systematically excluding the native Kenyans. So, when just like Fanon talks about the land and the importance of the land, and because land is what gives you identity, is what Fanon talks about, I think, in Black Skin, White Masks. And here, when their own land gets taken away from the Kenyans, it was like removing their spiritual essence. And this exclusion was formalized and enforced, leading to widespread dispossession and displacement of local communities. By the 1920s and 30s, therefore, by the 1940s, the Mau Mau movement was born. It was a brutal one, and Dedan Kimathi was one of the guiding forces of this movement. He was a hero, a legend, a fighter, a voice of the people. So this is the version of Kimathi that Ngũgĩ and Ngũgĩ bring back to us, not the colonizers' version of him. So the colonizers' version of him, as we know, is one in which, they have tried to project him as somebody who was armed and who did not follow the laws and so on and so forth. So similarly, in Bayan, what we find is Mahashweta Devi questioning the practices of caste and social atrocities, because through the character of Chundi, because Chundi is a dome, she takes on the work of a dome after the death of her father. Now, domes are people who work at funeral ghats in burying and cremating the dead. And she not only takes over that job, she also has a special special care for the children who have died, because and she feels as her motherhood, her sense of her feelings of motherhood and maternity come out very strongly in that. But even working as a dome, Chundi is clearly challenging society constructed stereotypes which define what work a man or woman can't do. And ironically, her husband is from the same caste, but he's elevated from his caste members because he is now educated. And because he is educated, he holds a government job. He is a guard at that very same funeral site. And yet, he doesn't take the side of his wife. He is siding with the oppressors, which means that his education is being rendered hollow and meaningless. He is not free from the superstitious practices that have strangled the society from time immemorial. So I had the quote, but I'm not reading it out. I'm just going to explain. So there's this quote, there's this whole scene in the play where Malinda, the husband, and the son Bhagirathi are walking, and they suddenly see Chondi. She has now been ostracized and she's living in the margins. Now, seeing a witch is supposed to be bad. So they're like, why are you here? And, she's telling them, tie a knot in your hair, tie a knot in your dhoti. And just as the son wants to, look up and steal a glance at his mother, the father tells him, shut your eyes, drop your eyes, you and they tell Chondi, turn your face away. So and it's all enacted. So obviously, it's obviously very vivid when it is enacted. And this moment, Chondi is not therefore just somebody who is living on the margins. She is nothing less than a dog, this Vanashri writes that she's nothing less than a lonely, lovelorn bitch who is cast off by her masters, but who is still looking at them in a lovesick, longing manner. So while Malinder says, I have no fear, but then he panics. He still goes by this. So what Mahashweta, what is the point of education if the education doesn't allow you to critique these superstitions? So power, the power that these plays.
The conclusion now, please. You have 3 more minutes to go.
Okay, I'm concluding. So what we see, therefore, is colonial power gets represented through the judiciary and the military apparatus in Kimathi, and the courtroom is subverted to reveal the farcical nature of colonial legality, and the trial becomes a theater within theater. And similarly, here, when we talk about Bayan, the power structures are more localized, they're more internalized, and they take place through everyday norms and social stigmas. But the power also becomes a catalyst for resistance because it exposes the moral bankruptcy that of society, and Chondi's final act of grave digging for a greater dead child reclaims her agency. So, the resistance in Bayan is intimate and personal, while indeed in Kimathi, it is public and performative. So just to conclude, therefore, both these plays exemplify how resistance theatre can challenge hegemonic structures and offer alternative visions of power, justice, and subjectivity. Through their dramatization of colonial and casteist violence, the plays interrogate the legitimacy of institutional authority and foreground the resilience of the marginalized. Theatre here is not just performance, but praxis. It is a mode of thinking, remembering, and acting politically. As the audience watches Kimathi reject the colonizer's verdict or Chondidashi assert her right to grieve, they are invited to imagine justice not as a state function, but as a collective aspiration rooted in dignity, memory, and resistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Dr.
Madhumita,
Chakrabarty, for this deep insight. And now moving on to our next paper presentation, I would like to invite Ms. Chippy Abraham. She's an assistant professor at Christu Jayanti University, Bengaluru. And she's going to make a presentation on the paper titled Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and Global South Alliances Towards a Comparative Decolonial Praxis.
Yes, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Yes.
So, good afternoon, respected organizers, distinguished faculties there, and my fellow presenters. Thank you for the opportunity. To speak after such stalwarts is really, it's truly an honor, but at the same time, it's a quite daunting task. I know. I must confess at the outset, I'm just an early career researcher, and unlike many of the distinguished speakers before me and who are going to come after me, I don't come with an impressive list of accolades. So what I do bring, however, is a deep sense of curiosity, respect, and an earnest attempt to engage with Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's powerful legacy from my perspective. So that was a humble disclaimer. Today, I'll be speaking on the legacy of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and how his work inspires what I call a comparative decolonial praxis, particularly in dialogue with Dalit literature from India. The center must be moved for the world to reflect truly the wealth and complexity of all human experience. As we all know, Ngũgĩ Thiong'o has left an indelible imprint on global postcolonial thought, from his novel A Weep Not Child to seminal theoretical works like Decolonizing the Mind and Moving the Sender. Ngũgĩ's intellectual project has consistently interrogated the violent legacies of colonialism, linguistic imperialism, as well as the cultural erasure. So Ngũgĩ developed a compelling argument that true decolonization requires rejecting the colonial language as the center of cultural production and reclaiming indigenous tongues as living vessels of collective memory, creativity, and resistance. So his decision to abandon English and write in his mother tongue Liku was more than an aesthetic choice. It was more of a political act of defiance against the epistemic violence of colonial modernity. So what I find is that Ngũgĩ's intervention resonates powerfully in other post-colonial contexts, including India, where British colonial rule left deep scars on cultural, educational, and linguistic hierarchies. So the continued dominance of English in Indian universities, publishing industries, and public life raises urgent questions about whose voices are legitimized and whose experiences remain marginalized. So my presentation proposes to move beyond the superficial comparison between African and Indian contexts to explore the deeper structural affinities in their struggle against colonialism and internal oppression. So I want to ask, how might Ngũgĩ's vision of moving the center help reimagine Indian literary studies, which often remain anchored in Eurocentric canons? So what lessons can Dalit literature and anti-caste movements, which have historically reclaimed regional languages and oral tradition? So Ngũgĩ famously argued that, and I quote, language carries culture and culture carries the entire body of values by which we come to perceive ourselves and our place in the world, unquote. For him, colonialism's subtlest and most enduring violence lay in severing this link, making African people view the world and themselves through borrowed lenses. So his decision to abandon English and write in Getu, despite the global recognition, was not merely symbolic. It was a deliberate intervention to reclaim narrative authority and reconnect literature to community. So in India, we can see that Dalit writers confront parallel questions, though shaped by caste hierarchies rather than direct colonial rule alone. We have authors like Om Prakash Valmiki and Bama, who foregrounded the textures of vernacular speech, oral histories, and idiomatic expressions that challenge Brahmanical norms. While some Dalit writers strategically choose English to reach broader audiences or challenge elite spaces, the heart of Dalit writing lies in resisting the purity of Sanskritized languages and restoring dignity to everyday speech. So both traditions show that decolonization must begin at the level of language, not only in what is said, but in how it is said and in whose words. So in moving the center, Ngũgĩ warns against a tokenistic inclusion, adding African texts to a Eurocentric syllabus without transforming the underlying frameworks that marginalize them. The deeper challenge is epistemic. Who produces knowledge and whose perspective counters theory and whose remain data? In Indian academia, and African literature, including Ngũgĩ, is often studied as part of comparative or post-colonial literature. Yet the interpretive frameworks remain largely Western. Derrida, Foucault, or Bhabha often mediate our reading of African and Dalit texts, while subaltern thinkers remain footnotes. So a decolonial praxis suggests more. Teaching Dalit and African writers theorists in their own right. For example, reading Ngũgĩ's analysis of language beside Bama's reflection on speech, or juxtaposing Mignolo's epistemic disobedience with Dalit intellectuals' rejection of Sanskritic authority. So such a move positions global South writers not as regional cases, but as theorists shaping global thought. That's what I think. So while drawing parallels between the African and Dalit literatures can risk flattening historical differences, Ngũgĩ's work invites solidarity grounded in shared struggles. So comparative praxis becomes transformative when it creates new institutional forms and methods rather than rhetorical claims. So, I may suggest some concrete step in my presentation. I would like to do that, like translation projects connecting Dalit and African texts directly by passing English as sole medium, then co-taught or courses and workshops led by African and Indian scholars, shifting the center of expertise. Then we would have collaborative research networks for grounding the subaltern epistemologies. Importantly, this solidarity recognizes differences. So Ngũgĩ's total rejection of English contrasts with Dalit writers who often see English as a tool of emancipation against caste hierarchies. Both choices are contextually grounded, revealing decolonization as an evolving negotiated practice rather than a simple formula. So Ngũgĩ's plays like The Trial of Dedan Kimati and I Will Marry When I Want demonstrate his belief in theatre's communal power, as my previous speaker has spoke, rooted in oral tradition. So performance becomes a living archive carrying suppressed histories into the present. So likewise, Dalit movements too draw on oral genres, songs, testimonies, and narratives passed across generations, often outside formal institutions. So these oral histories challenge written archives dominated by upper caste voices. By foregrounding orality, both traditions unsettle Western literary hierarchies, privileging written text over speech, and reconnect literature to community and memory. So, regarding Ngũgĩ's later works, I want to speak about the gendered perspective as well. So, in Ngũgĩ's later works, particularly Devil on the Cross, center female protagonists confronting economic and cultural exploitation. So scholars like Grace Misila have critiqued the limits of Ngũgĩ's engagement with patriarchy, yet his focus on women's resistance opens space for further dialogue. We have similar Dalit women writers, including Bama and Urmila Pawar, bring gender and caste into sharper focus, highlighting how patriarchal and caste oppression are intertwined. So a comparative study could illuminate how gender complicates resistance. Who speaks for whom and whose silences remain. So Paulo Freire, he's a theorist, and his pedagogy of the oppressed suggests that education must move from banking models to dialogical and co-creative learning. So Ngũgĩ's call to move the center resonates here, shifting the curricula, assessment methods, and research norms. So in practice, we can allow these Indian languages or bilingual formats, valuing creative writing, oral histories, and testimonies as scholarly contributions, and decentralizing peer review and publishing beyond Anglophone gatekeepers. So such measures, I think, make decolonization material, not just theoretical. And regarding the politics of translation in Global South, translation is central yet fraught. So it can bridge worlds, but can also reinforce hierarchies if mediated only through dominant languages. So projects translating Dalit and African works directly, from Ngũgĩ to Tamil, would create lateral dialogues bypassing English as an arbiter. Even where English remains, co-translators from both traditions can negotiate meaning, preserving nuance. The translation here is not extractive, but dialogic, a tool of solidarity and shared theorizing. The convergence of Ngũgĩ's decolonial vision and Dalit literary activism offers more than an intellectual parallel. It gestures towards an actionable comparative praxis rooted in shared histories of marginalization and resistance. So such practice acknowledges both the differences and commonality, while the specific forms of oppression like colonialism in Kenya, caste hierarchies in India, different historical origin, they converge structurally through imposed hierarchies of language, culture, and knowledge. So practically, this could take the form of transnational translation projects, translating Dalit and African works directly into each other's languages, just like I just spoke about. So at the pedagogical level as well, a practice-oriented curriculum would encourage students to situate African and Dalit texts within the broader frameworks of global South solidarity, not as isolated case studies, but as part of shared struggle against epistemic erasure. So Ngũgĩ has critiqued not only the colonial legacy, but also neo-colonialism, economic models keeping Africa dependent, Indian academia faces parallel pressures. Ranking system, metric-driven research, and world-class branding often privilege Euro-American norms. So, do you
Chippy, your 10 minutes are over, so just wind up, please.
Yeah. So I would like to conclude by saying that Ngugi's life and work remind us that decolonization is neither symbolic nor complete. So a comparative practice with Dalit literature shows that persistence must be contextual, solidarity must be dialogic, and theory must emerge from lived experience. So together, these traditions teach us to move beyond representation towards epistemic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibrahim. Now our next presenter is Ms. Nabiha Nausheen, who's an assistant professor at Marudhar Kesari Jain College for Women. And she's going to present a paper titled Language as Liberation, a comparative reflection on Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and Rabindranath Tagore.
So, hello. Is my voice audible? Hello, a very good afternoon to all.
Yes, Ms. Nausheen, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. So firstly, I like to tell a small thing that I have gathered very much courage to start my presentation. Is my camera visible?
You are not visible, but the screen sharing is.
Okay, let me just check. I hope now it is
Yes, you're visible now.
Okay, thank you so much. So, first of all, for good thank for all the organizers for this brilliant opportunity. So, I have gathered a pretty much courage to present this. So, we would like to for this in 20 minutes because I'm in my college now. So, I just submit maybe it's fine with it. So, let me just start with my presentation and we have less time. So, my presentation topic has language as liberation, a comparative reflection on Active Vacuum and Rabindranath Tagore. So, first of all, what I'm going to prefer sharing is my emotion by comparing these two literary figures over here. So, as we know, Ngũgĩ, who belongs from Kenya, and we have Tagore, who belongs from India. So I would like to share that how these two literary figures have a um, have a connection between. What connects them is obviously literature, as we all know. Then I'm going to share how they are being very unusual and different from the background and from the geographical context. How we both of these thinkers share a very natural and powerful idea together that language is not just a tool for sharing our thoughts or for communication, but it is deeply connected with the cultural forces too. So that's how when we move towards our second slide, which is language and colonial power, basically we are going to discuss the role of language during colonialism. So we all know colonialism was about people from the foreign lands who conquered the people, oppressors, and forcefully add their language, add their rules to them. But here, we are not just going to talk about the political control and all other stuff. We are going to talk about the role of language in there, how the foreign peoples, the colonizers, have oppressed their language into the colonized people. So colonialism was, we are not talking just about the resources. We are talking about how it involved people or how they have made people to change thinking of their own mind because they have because basically they have just steal the language from them and how these people the people who colonize them are sharing the language of like foreign language like English, French, any other language like French. So people not only losing their lands, but they are also like losing their dignity and also their validity. So that's what our basic topic over here is. So one of the main things, so our both literary figures, including Rabindranath Tagore and Yogi, so seen this as a major issue and how dangerous it was basically. So they believe that people are basically cut off from their mother language and forced to learn the foreign languages. So they not only lose their language, but they also lose their cultural connection and also their loss of culture and the remembrance of the language. So that's what these both authors, both literary figures, made a choice to turn away from the colonial languages and return to their native languages as a form of reclaiming voice and self-identity. So next, moving on. Okay, next moving on, we have the next slide called in reclaiming voice Kikuyu. So as we all know, the African's native language. Basically, Ngugi's earlier career was with the English language. He was very fluent in the English language. But his shift to his native language, Kikuyu, has been a radical shift, to be honest. Then, as of he wrote his earlier novels in English, but he realized that this thing, using the English language, was actually not is driving him far from his own people. So therefore, he shifted to his mother language. So if we see his more powerful text, Decolonizing of the Mind, where he tells us language shapes consciousness. So what we are is to be reflected in the usage of our language. So therefore, if we see in his work, in his theatrical work, The Trial of Jidan Kimati, where he used his language in his own native language to write own theatrical works and other works too. For example, we have the work Post Office. This work always originally written in Bengal. Sorry, that was not a mistake. Other works, for example, we think he changed to uh, his original language. So I would like to share a small thing that quote from is that he says that language carries culture and culture carries the entire values by which we come to perceive ourselves and our place in the world. So we are known by the language we are. That's what he meant to say over there. So when we move towards our next little figure, Rabindranath Tagore, as Yogi shifted from English to his native language, we see Tagore shifted from English and chose over Bengali. You can see that Tagore did completely chose over to Bengali. He used this as a platform to plan where he can use English and mostly he preferred um mostly he preferred Bengali to get mingled with this audience, to the original Bengali audience. So basically, even Tagore was very fluent in English. He chose that language was just about nationalism. It was literally about the soul of a person. So Tagore, he believed that about inner freedom is actually important, not just recording the political freedom. So he saw language as something more spiritual and a more personal thing. So in his own school, in his own institute, Santiniketan, he promoted the vernacular language actually. So he often wrote in his own native language, Bengali, as using the simple Bengali settings, so the setting of West Bengal. So he basically said that we should not follow the language of Western culture. We should follow our own culture, and language is the thing we use to express. So we cannot use this as a borrowed forms. We can't borrow language from any other people. So that's the main thing. So as we see both, that we compare a quick comparison, that if we see that Tagore, he focused on mostly on spiritual humanism, basically from India. That when we see N. Yogi, if we see he was both a Marxist and a political activist. So N. Yogi completely rejected the notion of English, but Tagore, he used both, but he had a plan but he successfully mentioned that we should follow our own native
Nabiha,
language.
Nabiha,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
8 minutes are past, so now you have 2 more minutes to go. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Sure. Okay. Okay. That both these people have aimed to one thing as language to be memorized. So then moving on, let me see that one thing is that I would like to tell about the mother tongue. So we all dream, basically we all think in our mother tongue. That's what shapes us. That's what our elders taught to us. So we should be focusing on the goal that to raise our writings, whatever thoughts to express in our own native languages. So then moving on towards the conclusion, I would like to tell that so both Tagore and Ngugi has showed us that language can never be neutral. So choosing to write or speak in a particular language is not just political, it is personal, that we have to gain our own self identity. So we have to express ourselves in our own way. So by end of this, I would tell a quote, as you can see in the screen, to reclaim the language of your people is to reclaim the soul of your people. So basically, from both the authors, we can learn that that using our mother tongue is a really necessary thing, and we should focus on that. But the mother tongue is not just a means of speech; it is the soul of people and their self identity. So thank you for your time. I'll be very honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nosheen. Now, may I invite Ms. V. Bhagyalakshmi, who is a research scholar and visiting faculty at SNDT Women's University. She's going to present a paper titled Beyond English, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the Global Politics of Language, Orality and Translation.
I hope the PPT is visible and I'm clearly audible.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you. So greetings to all distinguished scholars and participants from across the world. It is an honor to contribute to this important academic exchange. I, Bhagyalakshmi, will be presenting a paper titled Beyond English, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o and the Global Politics of Language, Orality and Translation. So this research investigates how Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's transition from writing in English to Gikuyu constitutes a profound decolonial intervention in a global literary economy still dominated by English and shaped by neoliberal imperatives. Ngũgĩ's linguistic shifts disrupts entrenched power structures and reclaims linguistic sovereignty. My analysis is situated at the intersection of post-colonial literary studies, translation theory, and vulnerability studies, with particular emphasis on Judith Butler's concept of precariousness. The paper argues that Ngũgĩ's engagement with vernacular language, orality, and translation is not merely aesthetic or linguistic, but deeply epistemological and political, challenging the structural inequalities embedded in global knowledge systems. Ngũgĩ contends that language functions as a critical site of ideological and epistemic control. In his seminal work, Decolonizing the Mind, he characterizes language as a cultural bomb that alienates individuals from their heritage and epistemologies. This view is consonant with Boaventura de Souza Santos' concept of epistemicide, which refers to the systemic erasure of indigenous knowledge systems under colonial and neoliberal regimes. Ngũgĩ's model of vernacular sovereignty seeks to resist this erasure by reinstating African languages not as tools of communication but as valid modes of knowledge production. Robert Phillipson's theory of linguistic imperialism further underscores how global English operates as an instrument of cultural dominance. Ngũgĩ's work confronts this by asserting that decolonization must include the decolonization of language, and that African languages should no longer remain subordinate to colonial idioms. In this context, orality also becomes particularly significant. Ngũgĩ reclaims orature not as a residual tradition, but as a living epistemology with political potency. And that's something even our speakers today have spoken about. Drawing on Walter Ong's theory of orality, he presents oral traditions as performative, participatory, and rooted in communal memory. In Wizard of the Crow, which was originally titled Murogi wa Kagogo, Gyugi interrogates Gikuyu oral traditional forms such as proverbs, allegories, and communal storytelling to challenge Western literary conventions and foreground embodied communal knowledge. Judith Butler's theory of precariousness enriches this reading of orature. Butler distinguishes precariousness as shared ontological condition and precarity as a politically imposed vulnerability. In Gyugi's orature, we encounter both stories that voice universal fragility while foregrounding the structural precarity imposed by colonial and post-colonial regimes. Through communal storytelling, Gyugi creates a space of ethical and political recognition, affirming lives historically rendered voiceless. Orature, in this sense, becomes an act of resistance and collective solidarity. Translation in Gyugi's framework is not neutral. It is deeply political and ethical. His concept of translation with memory critiques the unidirectional flow of translation where African texts are simplified for Western audiences. Gyugi's self-translation of Wizard of the Crow and other works preserves Gikuyu rhythms, metaphors, and ontological depth, thereby asserting vernacular agency and resisting what he terms literary neocolonialism. His bidirectional translation subverts the standard global literary market, which privileges English as the default. Translation for Gyugi must retain cultural specificity and serve as a site of epistemic negotiation, not assimilation. Emily Apter's concept of untranslatability complements this thought. Apter argues that untranslatability is an ethical stance resisting the commodification and flattening of cultural knowledge under global English. Gyugi's refusal to make his work fully legible to Western audiences is an act of epistemic resistance. Boaventura de Souza Santos' intercultural translation offers another dimension. Translation not as equivalence but as ethical dialogue among distinct epistemologies, which is something again during our first lecture we had ma'am talking about how translation is an act of communication between equals. This model supports cognitive justice, aligning with Gyugi's aim to preserve linguistic and cultural heterogeneity in the face of global homogenization. Rodrigues notes that Gyugi's position is ambivalent. As a post-colonial intellectual, he both critiques and navigates Eurocentric structures. His self-translations are both resistance and strategic engagement with global literary economies. Gyugi also critiques structural barriers, the dominance of Western publishing, linguistic hierarchies, and the commodification of African literature. He calls for vernacular digital platforms and open access repositories to democratize knowledge production and make African epistemologies globally accessible on their own terms. Magnolo's concept of the colonial difference further underscores how Gyugi's work challenges epistemic hierarchies and asserts a pluriversal work of coexisting knowledges. In conclusion, Ngũgĩ Thiong'o's linguistic choices, his revalorization of orality, and his ethical approach to translation constitute a sustained critique of colonial and neoliberal knowledge systems. His work compels us to reconsider language as an ideological tool and to engage with epistemic justice as central to decolonization. To decolonize the mind, as Ngũgĩ asserts, we must first decolonize the word, a project that still remains urgent in our global moment. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your suggestions and thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Bhagyalakshmi. Now, moving on to the next presentation, which is which is by Miss Anuradha Acharji.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you
And her
hear me?
paper, yeah, and her paper is titled Language as Liberation, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, Ojos Carlos. Correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
Jose Carlos Mariátegui.
Thank you. And the
Yeah.
vernacular politics of decolonial resistance. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Etty. Good morning, everybody, esteemed colleagues, professors, seniors, and fellow presenters. I'm Anuradha Acharji. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Vigo in Spain, and today I will present my investigation on my paper titled Language as Liberation, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, Jose Carlos Mariátegui, and the Vernacular Politics of Decolonial Resistance. This study interrogates the dialectical relationship between language and power within the broader matrix of coloniality, foregrounding how vernacular linguistic practices operate as sites of epistemic and ontological insurgency across disparate post-colonial contexts. Now moving to the next slide, which is this one, the current one. Language and colonial power. The colonial enterprise, beyond its over political economic subjugation, perpetrated a profound epistemic violence, what scholars term epistemicide, through the systematic suppression and delegitimization of indigenous linguistic systems. Language, in this regard, is not merely a conduct for communication, but a mechanism of hegemonic control, instrumental in naturalizing colonial epistemologies and ontologies. Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, in 1986, he articulated this dynamic poignantly, asserting that the language of the colonizer became the language of power, of truth, of being, underscoring the ontological imposition inherent in linguistic domination. Similarly, Mariátegui in 1971 diagnosed the colonial condition as fundamentally social and cultural, rather than solely economic or racial, thereby situating language as a central vector in the reproduction of colonial power structures. Can I move to the next slide, please? Thank you. The next slide is on Ngũgĩ. Ngũgĩ, his linguistic refusal as decolonial praxis. Ngũgĩ's praxis exemplifies linguistic refusal as a deliberate mode of decolonial resistance. By rejecting English, the colonial lingua franca, in favor of Gikuyu, Ngũgĩ challenges the epistemic subjugation embedded within colonial language. His literary oeuvre, notably Devil on the Cross, 1982, composed in Gikuyu, serves as a paradigmatic reclamation of indigenous cultural epistemologies and ontologies. Ngũgĩ's assertion that language carries culture and culture carries the entire body of values by which we perceive ourselves, 1986, foregrounds the inextricable entanglement of language with identity formation and cultural continuity. Thus, linguistic decolonization emerges as a critical praxis aimed at recuperating suppressed subjectivities and contesting colonial epistemic violence. I'm sorry, I always speak in Spanish all the time, and I'm speaking in English after a very long time. And another thing is that I've been up since 6 a.m. for the conference. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, Mariátegui. Mariátegui is actually from Peru. He's a very, very important person when it comes to Latin American indigenous identity, indigenous, reclamation of power and all of that. Okay. So Mariátegui's indigenizing Marxism. In a parallel yet contextually distinct trajectory, Jose Carlos Mariátegui critically interrogates Eurocentric Marxism's inadequacies in addressing indigenous realities, advocating for an indigenized socialism rooted in Andean cosmologies. Andean mountains are the mountains in Peru and a lot of other countries in Latin America, and vernacular epistemologies. Mariátegui rejects the transposition of Western ideological frameworks without contextual adaptation. He contends, we certainly, I quote, "we certainly do not want socialism to be an imported product it must be rooted in our own realities in 1971, emphasizing the necessity of epistemic sovereignty and cultural specificity within revolutionary praxis. Central to Mariategi's vision is the recuperation and valorization of indigenous languages as epistemic vehicles through which emancipatory socialist projects must be articulated and enacted. Can we move to the next slide, please? The next two slides are basically, the next three slides are basically what this paper has found. Okay, global South-South dialogues and Gandhi Sindh Swaraj. Well, I have mentioned a little bit from Gandhi Sindh Swaraj because he kind of, in certain moments in that book, also defends this type of an ideology. Extending the analysis into the Asia-Pacific, Gandhi Sindh Swaraj constitutes a seminal critique of English as an instrument of mental colonization. Gandhi's conceptualization of language as a site of both resistance and vulnerability encapsulates the ambivalent colonial legacy wherein vernacular languages become repositories of subaltern agency, yet remain precariously marginalized. His pronouncement that to give I quote, to give millions a knowledge of English is to enslave them, 1997, unquote, illuminates the epistemic coercion embedded in linguistic imperialism. This triadic dialogue among Africa, Latin America, and South Asia elucidates the trans-regional commonality of vernacular politics as integral to decolonial praxis. Can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Language as liberation. Language functions as a fundamental battleground wherein coloniality asserts itself through deep structural epistemic violence. The reclamation of vernacular languages is simultaneously a recuperative act of epistemic agency, a reconstitution of memory, cosmology, and indigenous values occluded by colonial hegemony. For Ngũgĩ, Mariategĩ, and Gandhi, language is not a mere communicative tool, but the ontological substrate of sovereignty. Their strategic refusal to theorize and produce knowledge in colonial languages constitutes a profound assertion of agency, a deliberate rupture from epistemic subjugation that gestures towards colonial futurity. Now I move to the last slide. The next one. Please, could you, oh, thank you. Yeah. Toward a theory of linguistic decolonization. I propose that linguistic decolonization constitutes a pivotal epistemic rupture indispensable to the broader project of decolonial liberation. Colonial languages, far from neutral mediums, are epistemic apparatuses that naturalize imperial ideologies and delimit legitimate knowledge production. Ngũgĩ and Mariategi's convergent projects underscore the imperatives that liberatory language practices must be firmly rooted in local epistemologies and cultural cosmologies. Importantly, linguistic decolonization transcends reductive notions of linguistic nationalism, instead affirming epistemic sovereignty, the inalienable right of peoples to articulate knowledge and subjectivity from their own ontological grounds. This necessitates a movement beyond mere translation towards a refounding of epistemic frameworks, enabling the revival of suppressed languages and cosmovisions as integral to decolonial world building. Thank you. The next slide is just my details, and thank you for letting me present in this platform. I strategically timed my presentation to be finished, and also there are some things that I have not spoken about, but they need a lot of time. I would also love your suggestions or questions or anything. And yeah, as I said, I am barely speaking in English on a day-to-day basis. So I spoke in English for a very long time, and that was also very nice for me. Okay.
Yeah, in that case, you spoke really well, I must say, in English.
Thank you. I am an English speaker, native. I just have to speak in Spanish because I live in Spain all the time. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Acharji. Now, moving on to the next paper presentation, for which we have with us Dr. Siddharth Chakraborty, who is an assistant professor at Aligarh Muslim University. His paper is titled The Language of Languages, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's Metaphilosophy of Anti-Colonial Translation.
Right. A very good afternoon to everyone in India, and hello all across. I hope I'm audible. And my screen is
Yes,
also
Siddharth.
visible.
Yes,
Yes, wonderful.
Siddharth,
Thank you.
you are audible and visible, and your screen is visible as well.
Right, wonderful. So, so almost as if seamlessly carrying on from the previous paper where the issue has already been raised, what exactly should be this sort of a praxis, if we have to sort of talk about some sort of decolonial movement? And the answer that Ngũgĩ seems to be suggesting to us is we have to go back to translation, right? We have to translate in, and particularly translate across the languages that don't fall under the hegemonic systems which are in control of the world today. Good day, everyone. So my name is Dr. Siddharth Chakraborty. I'm an assistant professor at Aligarh Muslim University. I'm based out of Aligarh in India. I generally don't work on African literature, although I am interested in translation and translation studies. So I'm sort of entering into Ngũgĩ and his ideas, particularly from the limited window of translation. I have read a little bit of Ngũgĩ. I've read a couple of his plays and a couple of his stories, but I'm more interested in how Ngũgĩ marks a sort of a radical break in the meta philosophy of translation. So and this is something that those of us who are in translation studies, we are kind of very keenly aware of this problem, that how do we think of translation philosophically has usually been linked up with some sort of a loss. So as you will see in most of the conferences which are on translation, they'll be about what is lost in translation, what happens to the text in translation, and so on, right? What happens to the translator, what happens to the person reading, what is communicated, these sorts of questions, right? And as a very sort of a radical break almost, and I really haven't found anyone else who's made this sort of a break. What Ngũgĩ suggests is that this is not really important. What translation does rather is it allows us to collectivize and sort of form resistance. And in this sort of approach to translation, I think Ngũgĩ marks some sort of a major difference. So we'll sort of begin, and just to sort of recap for those who are not really in translation studies, translation is usually sort of seen as converting one text from one language to another, right? So but for Ngũgĩ, translation becomes a political and a philosophical act. And for him in particularly, like if you read Decolonizing the Mind, of course, he says language, any language, has a dual character. It's both a means of communication and a carrier of culture, right? So for him, this becomes the space where colonization also operates, and where for him the decolonization resistance can also start operating, right? So this, of course, is of interest to us, particularly in India, because we also have had a sort of a colonial past. Of course, there are radical differences. We can't really compare the two colonialisms in Kenya and here, or for that matter, what happened post the colonial, how we got independence and the movement later. But there are some structural differences, right? And this is a way in which we usually don't think of translation. We don't think of it as a means of uniting, as a means of writing back to the empire, particularly when you look at the Western paradigms of translation. And of course, I have two of them on the slide. So you would know about the task of the translator, where you have the afterlife of the text, like sort of a ghost which is carrying on. Derrida, who's of course famous for his ontology, talks about how translation is necessary and impossible, and he's sort of rereading Walter Benjamin. But apart from these two, you also have a ton of other. I mean, Paul Ricoeur, right? Or let's say Anton Berman. Anton Berman, again, alterity. It's some sort of an encounter with alterity. Or with in Steiner, okay, again, talking about everything as some sort of a translation, sort of taking away from the cultural specificity. Or, people like Venuti talking about how translation becomes, a very important space, but he's arguing for foreignization, not domesticization, and so on and so forth. I mean, Nancy and Cassian, and of course these are all texts that you would go through in any sort of MA course. And I must sort of point out that I was very lucky that I had GJV Prasad as a teacher who taught us translation theory in JNU. So really indebted to his work, and also introduced me to reading Ngũgĩ as a translator. So in that sense, the Western paradigm can be marked out as something which is interested in the individual, that particular text, that particular translator, what is happening to them, is it being carried forward or not, right? And to quote Professor Prasad, he keeps on asking what is gained in translation, and this, I believe, is the more important question for us. And this is the place where sort of Ngũgĩ comes in, and he sort of is sort of giving us a completely new way of thinking of what translation does. So translation for Ngũgĩ is an extension of the revolution, drawing from his experiences, particularly in people's theater. And it must be remembered that he was thrown into jail for doing a sort of a street theater, right? Which is, if I remember correctly, it's on I Will Marry When I Want, but it's not really, if you read the play, it has very different sort of things from than what you can just gather from the title. And it was, of course, immediately banned. It was against the Christian church. It's problematic on gender as well, but it was a practice of street theater which got him in trouble with the authorities, right? Taking out a message to the masses in some sort of a way. And not only that, immediately that theater group was also banned, right? And he had to, of course, go away. So translations brought these stories to life for communities. And in the Language of Languages, which is his collection of essays on translation, he sort of declares that translation is a language of languages, right? So it's a sort of a interlanguage between different languages, and it allows for cultural dialogue. So translation is a creative process in its own right. Translators are creative interpreters because it's a part of their own soul that is sort of contained in the new work. So unlike Western theories, Ngũgĩ's approach is grounded in collective struggle, right? And it's inspired, of course, by the Mau Mau resistance, and we've also had our own dalliances with the ultra left in India. And in regional theater traditions, like for example the Bengali Jatra, they would also carry these sorts of social messages, and the translation would in some ways bring together these sorts of voices. So translators are not simply scribes. They're not just this transparent body which sort of miraculously transfers a message from one to another, but they're activists who are shaping cultural consciousness. So we have to think of the translator in a slightly different sort of a manner, right? Now, what Ngũgĩ sort of does as an extension to this idea is he envisions an African, pan-African unity, and translation becomes the translation for the medium for that. So Swahili, Yoruba, Amharic, and all these other languages, including, of course, Kiswahili, of which Gyuku, which is his own language, is a part, they all must engage directly with one another, sort of bypassing the colonial English.
Siddharth,
Yes.
sorry to butt in. Your 7 minutes are up, so you have 3 more minutes.
So, and he sort of says that in the Language of Language, he calls for a dialogue amongst these African languages to forge a unity. So, this sort of resonates in India as well, where we have our 22 official languages, and we face similar pressures from English dominance. But it's very interesting that somehow, despite everything, we have had to have this conference also in English. We are all talking to each other in English. And over here in particular, if we look at his essay, which comes out in the Yale Journal of Criticism, he writes it in 92, where he talks about the merits of various languages which can become this language of languages. And English, of course, is one of the contenders. After saying all the good things about English, he notes that the problem with any of these languages is that these are already loaded with a lot of power. And then he sort of suggests that no, I would rather that we should use Kiswahili as the language for translating between various languages. He's saying it should be a language which does not carry the baggage of power, right? So Ngũgĩ's ideas evolved through, of course, 3 pivotal works. And one is Decolonizing the Mind, where he notes how language becomes a sort of a collective memory bank, and this has already been spoken about by other speakers. The essay which I referred to, English, a Language for the World, which came out in the Yale Review. And of course, The Language of Languages, the collection which comes out in 2023, in which he sort of fully articulates the act of translation as a communal act, right? So it's not an individual act, it's a group act. And he says, my globalistic worldview that any center can be the center of the world also informs my view of languages. There is no small or big language. They each can give and take. And this sort of progression from a rejection of English almost, I mean, we are all in the English academia, to a strategic engagement towards some sort of a unity. This may be offering some lessons for us in India, where balancing global and local languages remains a challenge, right? So Ngũgĩ's vision is, of course, compelling, but there are problems. One is he, of course, and acknowledges that he's using a sort of a dynamic equivalence. He's trying to make it familiar to those in English. And he acknowledges that a translation is a new work. It's not really the same as the original. And we have these similar debates when it comes to, let's say, dubbing a Hindi movie, or let's say putting a subtitle in, right? So are we really sort of changing the linguistic authenticity and so on?
You'll have to.
Yes, just I'll take maybe half a minute. Thank you.
Sure.
So these tensions sort of reflect the complexities of post-colonial resistance, where pragmatic choices often intersect with ideological goals. So finally, we are, of course, looking at translation as a revolutionary act, moving beyond Western notions of textual afterlife or impossibility of the individual act of the translation towards a collectivization and a collective look at what translation is. And this becomes possibly a tool for unity and empowerment. And of course, how we in India might use this to sort of connect things remains the question. If you have any questions, and I believe the discussion is next, I'll take up the rest there. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chakrabarty. Since this was the last paper presentation for technical session 1, we now invite questions from our audience. You may put your queries, or if you have anything to add on to the deliberations we have had today in the first session.
Thank you. These were absolutely brilliant papers, and I could have gone on and on listening to each one of you. In fact, believe you me, I didn't want anyone to stop. But the unfortunate situation of being a moderator of a scintillating session is that there is the timekeeping also needs to be done. So yes, like my colleague Iti just told you, any questions to any of the speakers who spoke in this session, or any question, any idea which you want to bounce, please, this is your forum. So feel free to post your questions on the group chat, or unmute yourself and speak up.
Nandini, I have a question which any of the presenters could take up.
Yes, sure, Mala, go ahead.
Whether any of them have come across any actual translated works by Indian translators and authors which have direct references to Ngũgĩ and what Ngũgĩ has to say about the theory of translation.
Okay.
Something I'm curious about.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you of course have Professor Narang's translation of Ngũgĩ's works, but then, yeah, the translation and translatability. Even I'm curious if it is available.
No, I haven't found anything. That's actually an interesting point, that in the regional languages, they don't really exist, right?
So there must be any references when people doing translations in the regional languages, not from the regional languages to English, but between regional language translators. So there are no references to Ngũgĩ and what he has to say about translation. Thank you.
So no one has any questions? Am I to believe this? Or any observation in particular about any paper or any idea that you want to bounce? Yes, there is a question from Kusumika for Nabila. Nabila, you are there? Anyways, Kusumika, you asked the question. Even if Nabila is not there, I'm sure one of us would be happy to bounce the idea for you. Either you type it, Kusumika, or just unmute yourself and speak. Yeah, so she's written, is there any aspect of gender and language that she has found in her study? Nabiha, are you there? I think, Kusumika, what you can do is the emails will be made available to you all. So just email her. I'm sure, she can come back on this. Yeah, she did a comparative between Tagore and Ngũgĩ. I think she's trying to, no, that's Iti going. Yeah, so I think, Kusumika, you can have that one-on-one with her. If she's found something, I'm sure she will be able to help you with that. Siddharth, I remember you wanted to say something to Professor Makokha. Do you want to share it here? I did think you had put up a message saying that you had a question. Okay, I think there seems to be some internet lag or something
Is
that
there
is happening
any
here.
question for me for my presentation? I can, or any suggestion? I can attend to that. I'm Anuradha. Maybe it's.
Yeah. I figured from your voice. Yes, anybody
Thank
has
you.
anything to comment on Anuradha's paper? I think, Anuradha, we are all chewing on the various ideas, and as they evolve, we will be in conversation with each other.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but I think what my takeaway from all the presentations have been that we have reached Ngũgĩ in I would say not everyone is a Ngũgĩ scholar here, but you have approached Ngũgĩ through various authors or through various acts that you've been doing. So if somebody is into translation studies, they've looked at his translation. If somebody has been researching Tagore, they have looked at Ngũgĩ and found comparisons. So which and all of this is extremely valid in terms of our academic engagements. Like our plenary speaker spoke, that Ngũgĩ has, it's an incredible lineage where you have not an armchair academic, far from it. He was resistant even as he was a student growing up in Kenya. And then moved to the US. And then we know of his struggles when he came back to Kenya, the kind of thing that he had to face, what his wife had to face, and how he was forced to leave. And then, of course, the debates around his death. So he has been a person who has been, whose resistance, how do I say, personified. And he was not resisting for the sake of resistance. His resistance stemmed from a very deep sense of inequality which existed in his own country. And when he moved abroad, he actually saw colonialism, with all its fangs, how it was devouring our senses. And that's from where decolonizing the mind comes in. And then he was deeply philosophical. If any of you have read his last work, his last novel, he has deep treatises on Hinduism. He has talked at length about the comparisons. He has looked at religion and commented on religion in only the way that Ngũgĩ could, in a very, very direct and in a very unafraid fashion, if I may put it like that. And then, of course, the debates around his death rights. All of this has made him this one character. And then we saw the people he's compared with. See, some people compared him to Tagore. Nabiha did it because she was talking education, but so many people compared him to Mahashweta. And, that comparison comes very easily given the kind of characters that Mahashweta creates and the kind of characters that Ngũgĩ has been creating. And then, of course, Siddharth talked about the whole translation aspect. I hope you work further on it, because that is an area that really deeply needs to be looked at. How we gain via translation and not lose via translation. And yes, we went to the same teacher, so it resonates with all of us. Since there are no specific questions per se, yeah, somebody raised a hand. Kibriya Nasir, yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Kibriya.
Hi, I wanted to ask a question to Dr. Chakrabarti.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask him that you talked about translation.
Dr. Chakraborty.
Dr. Siddharth.
Oh, so yeah, I forgot there were two of them.
Okay.
My
Siddharth,
apologies for
yes.
not clarifying earlier. Yes, I wanted to ask him, since he's an expert in translation studies, does he see Ngũgĩ's method of writing first in Giku and then translating to English as a model for other post-colonial writers? Or does he think that it is unique to his political act and his linguistic context?
Right. Thank you for your question, Kibra. Firstly, the thing is, it's of course it's contextual, because when he was going to be arrested, he decided to go to England of all places, right? And this is a very important thing, because he went to precisely that colonial point which he was, resisting, and he was of course a part of the Mau Mau rebellion, which to translate would be something like the Naxalbari uprising here in India. So his taking up English as a language vis-a-vis, let's say, taking up French, would have same sort of a cognate. Think of someone like any of the other post-colonial African writers. They will all fall into the language of the colonizer when it comes to bringing their work to the world, right? And this is one of the deep contradictions which are there, because that which you're trying to resist is also your only means of communicating with the outside world. And this is an irony which I think he's very much aware of, right? So in his books, when he talks about how his book was getting published, and his publisher was attacked, physically, and they almost lost his life, or that when his plays are being staged, he has to sort of run away right after that. There is this sense that English is also the savior language, in that sense that they are the ones who gave me the visa, the space to stay. He was there without a visa for some time because he could not go back to his country. His publisher sort of arranged for that. And then he also talks very glowingly about the publication industry in England, which sort of takes him up, and not only him, but all these other African authors. They're all brought out under the same African author series, and that gives them some sort of a space where they can sort of stay, right? So it's deeply ironic. Of course, that's the entire point. It's deeply ironic that English as a language also gives that space to Ngũgĩ, right? So and he's aware of that contradiction, which is why in that Yale paper, so he talks about which are the languages which can be used as the language of languages, for the want of a better term. And after deliberating on English for about 3 or 4 pages, finally he says that the only problem is that there's a power disbalance. And that's the only reason why I will suggest let's do it in Swahili, because it's better than going for the colonizer's language. So he's consistent on that to some extent, but that is a deep rift. And I think that's not so problematic for us as like in India. We've already made peace, I believe, to a large extent, that English will be the language of translation across the country, right? And these have happened through significant political upheaval in the country on various mother tongues and sustainability of imposing a common second language and so on. So so it's an interesting thing that yes, English is both both a wound as well as in some ways the medicine. So in that sense, yes.
That's so beautifully put. Thank you. And it makes sense. I think it is the irony of the post-colonial world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So,
All right.
yeah, I
So
think that was
now I
put
would
very...
like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the audience and all the presenters, people who have delivered wonderful paper presentations, and people who have put their queries, and also the presenters who have answered those queries. So now we are going to go on a lunch break for half an hour, and after half an hour, we are going to meet here again for our technical session 2.
I request that if we can do a fast lunch and be back by 2 so that we can complete on schedule.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And we come back at 2 p.m.
Yeah,
Let's do a quick lunch and let's all
quick lunch.
come back.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And fantastic papers. Are we going to leave the meeting or we keep the meeting on? Rima, how does this work?
We keep the meeting on.
Sorry, we'll leave the meeting and we'll rejoin.
No,
Okay.
You can either leave the meeting or you can keep it on. You can keep it on.
This is going to stay open.
Yeah, it will stay open. So whoever wants to re-enter can re-enter.
Okay, great.
The room will stay open. Non-teaching staff are giving lunch. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, non-teaching staff are giving lunch. Hello?
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the non-teaching staff are giving lunch, so why don't you come down and have?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and Rima, you have a class in the afternoon?
No, I don't have classes now.
Okay, because what I thought is I can maybe log in at 2 and then when people start, I'll leave and I can join in later. Yeah, I can join in. So if I'm not there, you can introduce Kalapi and ask her to take over and I'll definitely join in.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am.
Okay.
This is unmuted.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I think we're little past 2. Nandini, are you back in the Zoom room? Eti, could you please call Dr. Nandini and just ask her, maybe we could start and she could join in? Madhumita, just give me a minute. I'll just call Dr. Nandini and
Sure. No issues.
ask her to join back in. Just give me a minute. Nandini, shall we start?
Yes, I think we can start since we've already introduced Professor Chakrabarti once.
Okay.
I think the floor is hers.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's no need to repeat all of that again. So I welcome everybody to this second technical session for this very enthralling conference that we are having. We have 6 presenters in this session. And Nandini, there is somebody to read out their bio notes, right? Eti is doing it?
No, Eti had some family emergency, so I think, sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
So Madhumita, I think their names, why don't we have them introducing themselves? Just one line. Their,
Okay, fair
institutional
enough.
alliances, that should be good.
Okay, so and somebody is keeping time, right?
Yes, and you will be notified of it on your personal chat.
Okay,
So
perfect.
keep the chat going.
The chat is on. Okay, so without wasting any time, I'd like to invite the first speaker for this session, Dr. Kolopi Shen, who teaches at the state-aided college teacher, who's a state-aided college teacher at Rajapayari Mohan College, Uttarpara, Hooghly. Her paper is titled Politics of Translation and Teaching African Literature in Indian Classrooms. I think the common theme in this session is teaching African literature in the classroom, which is something very, very dear to me. So I think I'm going to enjoy this a lot. So Kolopi, if you would like to introduce yourself and then start from there, please. If you're there.
I think can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I should go on to my paper. I have nothing to say much about myself. I've been associated with African Literature Association since my last lap of PhD in 2015, and then the rest is my work still going on, still in the process of learning, and of course trying to teach at times and promoting African literature in a non-Western environment, especially in West Bengal. To begin with, let me definitely, everyone is aware of the debate over the politics of language, which now seems to be a burning issue in India too. It has become a part and parcel of our lives also, and we see that almost every day the regions are fighting over linguistic supremacy of the regional languages over the other. Definitely, there is a political schema in it, as Ghosh always had in his works, Achebe had in his works, and the other stalwarts who have spoken about the debate of language. Hence, Ngũgĩ's decolonizing the mind is perhaps the most relevant text to be discussed here in this milieu. In West Bengal, I see most universities now have introduced literature from Africa under the tag of post-colonial literatures or precisely new literatures in English. The tagline actually shows how the literatures framed in indigenous African languages have been barred from being introduced into the academic curriculum. Of course, the problem is related to translation because we do not know African languages. Rather, how many indigenous languages in India, regional languages in India do we know? While introducing the students to the issue of post-colonialism, the general trend that can be seen is to brief them on what is post-colonialism by roughly touching upon Edward Said, Homi Bhabha, Franz Fanon, Gayatri Spivak, after which prescribed texts are taken up for discussion. Very rarely, I've seen in the prescribed curriculum, Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's texts have been selected. They are there, they may be there in the option, but they are not selected to be taught in particular semesters. Definitely, there is a kind of marginalization of Ngũgĩ and his thoughts in the academia, at least in West Bengal presently, or at least in the few universities in Kolkata that we have. Apart from Jadavpur University, of course, they have the Center for African Studies and all, where in comparative literature section, they have Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o. But again, that is an optional this thing. The general texts that have been selected are by Achebe, Things Fall Apart, or No Longer at Ease, Shoenka's Dance of the Forest, Adichie's Color Purple, at the most, Ben Okri's Famished Road, and a few here and there. All the texts actually that have been chosen, the writers have chosen to express themselves in the language of the European masters. We definitely cannot deny the fact, as pointed out by great writers, that Africa was not one dark night of civilization prior to the arrival of the foreign civilizations, the European civilizations. They had their own myths, legends, spirituality, religion, system of justice, which were channelized through both oral and written forms of literature in various indigenous languages. It was much later, with the advent of European colonizers, the slave trade, the introduction and the imposition of English and French and Portuguese and the other foreign languages, written literature in these languages evolved. These narratives began with the first generation slaves, which followed by the imitation of the forms of European writers, not only the language, but also the form. With time, these preferences changed considerably, and perhaps one of the best examples was that of Amos Tutuola's The Palm Wine Drinker and His Dead Tapster, published in 1952. That became arguably the first modern Afro-Anglophone writer to achieve that. Through that book, Tutuola became the first Afro-Anglophone writer to achieve international recognition with a, I quote, brand new Nigerian English. Unfortunately, his work was not very much well received by his fellow Nigerians, and it was believed that that novel, I would like to quote a critic, did not follow the proper English language that more educated African writers were trying to emulate. It had broken up rules of grammar, a limited vocabulary, unusual sentence structures, and was neological, unquote. This radicalism of introducing broken English into the proper colonizers' English was something that the Africans, the Nigerians in this case, could not take. This was the scenario in many parts of Africa at that point of time. Unfortunately, with the 1888 Berlin Conference, we have been made to believe or perceive Africa as one complete whole, which unfortunately it is not. This radicalism that Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o opted for by denouncing denouncing the colonizer's language and choosing his humble Kikuyu language to compose his works few decades later was something which had already begun prior to the 1962 Makerere Conference, which definitely Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, any scholar of African literature actually knows, is about the Makerere Conference, where Ngũgĩ himself was invited, and he writes in the first chapter of Decolonizing the Mind, the title, A Conference of African Writers of English Expression, automatically excluded, I'm quoting from the text, automatically excluded those who wrote in African languages. Now, on looking back from the self-questioning heights of 86, I can see this contained absurd anomaly. I, a student, could qualify for the meeting on the basis of only 2 published short stories, but neither Shaban Roberts, then the greatest living East African poet with several works of poetry and prose to his credit in Swahili, nor Chief Fagun, the Nigerian writer with several published titles in Yoruba, could possibly qualify. This, unquote, this conference also raised various questions on the issues of African literature and the languages that would be used in order to consider the correct language of African literature by various writers. Unfortunately, the conference ended in a fiasco without
Kolopi,
any
you have
proper
2 minutes, so
definition.
please start winding up.
Yeah. So Achebe, when this book was published, after that, later on, Achebe published an essay, The Politics of Language, where he spoke about this issue. And as one of our plenary speakers had introduced, was talking about the concept of translation. Why did Ngũgĩ translate his own works? Because English is a global language. That's what Achebe also said, that I do not write because English is a global language. I do not write because English is a global language. I write because that is the language in which I was brought up. Unfortunately enough, when we teach African literature in our non-Western environments, we have to, even if we know African languages, we have to go by translations or works in works composed by African writers in English, or else that world will not be known to us, unfortunately. However, definitely, time and again, writers, stalwarts have always localized the colonizer's language, which I think is also perhaps a way in which we can localize our language to interpret African writings in English for our students, especially in colleges like where I teach, where students do not understand English properly. So at least I think we can localize the language by using our own mother tongues in order to reinterpret English texts also, or maybe translated African texts into our languages for better channelization of this rich cultural heritage through literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Kolopi. You raised some very, very important points, and I think we totally understand this idea about even in Delhi, about having to teach English and Hindi, because we are often teaching in English. We are often teaching English and Hindi now, not maybe to the honors courses, but at least to the program courses and the generic elective courses. We are having to do that because a lot of them, as you said, the language skills are very, very poor, and they do need a lot of improvement. So it is up to us what pedagogical tools we use in the classroom to get our point across. Thank you. Our next speaker is Padma Priya, who is an associate professor at the Indian Academy Group of Institutions. And her paper is titled Decolonizing the Classroom, Teaching Ngũgĩ in Indian Universities. So Padma Priya, yeah, if you can turn on your video and audio, and your time starts now. You could just...
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, are you ready?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm ready, but I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how to share the PPT.
So there should be there should be a green arrow at the bottom of your screen which says share.
Yeah, ma'am.
Had you sent us the PPT before, Padma Priya?
Yes, ma'am. I shared 3 days before I shared.
Okay, then Rima, are you there? Let me see. I think you should be able to see with this share option here.
Yeah, that I found.
It's not allowing you.
Actually, in my laptop, I don't know how to open that. That is a problem.
Nandini, could somebody from your team help out Padma Priya over personal
Yes,
message and
yes.
get this sorted out?
Yeah,
And
yeah, I'll try and get
meanwhile,
this sorted out.
I can move on
Yeah.
to Shantanu Mishra.
Hmm.
Shantanu, are you there? Shantanu Mishra? Shantanu Mishra doesn't seem to be there. Last call for Shantanu. Okay, Padma Priya has started screen sharing.
Padma Priya, did you manage?
Ma'am, actually, I am supposed to present in as a last person. Yesterday, I requested Reena ma'am. So in the meantime, I tried to correct it.
Yes, I think there is the long list is with Madhumita ma'am. Next is Mr. Abusad Sheikh.
Okay, thank you.
Madhumita ma'am, 1 second, I'll
Yeah,
just
ma'am.
share the correct one with you.
Yes, please do. Yes. Are you sharing it on the group? Yeah. So Abusad Sheikh, you are here?
Yes, he just sent in a message saying he's here. Please come on the screen.
He can start.
He can start. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, recording.
Hello.
Yeah, so Abuzad Sheikh, and
Yes,
he is a UG scholar and his paper is titled Decolonizing the Indian Classroom, Ngũgĩ's Legacy and the Fight for Vernacular Epistemologies. UG scholar, very, very, very encouraging. Welcome, Abuzad.
Okay. Please give me a second. There is. Is I am audible to you all?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in this international conference. I'm thanking all the participants and all the committee members and teachers and juries to giving me such an opportunity. So welcome to my presentation titled as Decolonizing the Indian Classroom. In these, we will discuss about the Ngũgĩ legacies for fight and vernacular epistemologies. I have sent the PPT over there. Can you please do share in this? Hello.
Rima, are you there?
I had sent the PPT. Okay, let me share.
Okay, okay. Rima Jose ma'am will take care of it. Rima, are you there?
If it is not, so let it be. I'm just continuing.
Yes, you
And
please continue because
yes,
we'll get a
yes.
sense of what is going on. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I am Abu Sashek. I hails from Mumbai, and I am pursuing my education in Indira Gandhi National Open University, and I'm also pursuing my graduation from Darul Islamic University in Kerala itself. And continuing, this research explored that how Indian education system continues to bear the hallmarks of its colonial past, especially through its linguistic hierarchies. The central focus is to interrogate the structural dominance of English in higher education and its implications on vernacular knowledge system. Through Ngũgĩ decolonizing lens, it means how Ngũgĩ sees at the decolonial lens, particularly his notion that cultural bomb. The study highlights the epistemic violence perpetuated by the linguistic imperialism. This research employs both theoretical and empirical methodologies, analyzing Ngũgĩ's influential works on comparing them with Indian realities like policy framing, academic publishing dynamics, and classroom pedagogy. It seems to illuminate how indigenous languages can be recentered to resist colonial structure and enable educational entity in India. Moving forward, that Ngũgĩ's intellectual evolution from English novels Whip Not Children to fully embracing Ngũgĩ mark a pivotal turn to post-colonial thought. Its landmark works, Decolonizing the Minds, critiques how colonial education system weaponize language to dominance not just lands but mind also, as we see the Dutch, Portuguese, and the Britain. As per the Ngũgĩ, language is for more than a communication tool. It is the vessel of culture, memory, and epistemology. The imposition of English, he argues, causes deep alienation, created what he calls a cultural bomb that erases native worldwide and entrenches the colonial hegemony. He underscores that genuine decolonizing must be reclaiming linguistic sovereignty. Beyond that, he also argues that he could underscores that the genuine decolonizing must be reclaiming linguistic sovereignty. Beyond critics, Ngũgĩ provides a roadmap. He demands mother tongue education across all the levels, promotes vernacular scholarship, and states translation as a form of intellectual dialogue rather than exclusion. These standards directly challenge the structural inequality found in many post-colonial studies, including India also. Moving through the third slides, despite India's multilingual heritage and constitutional recognition of the 22 languages, English remains the supreme in higher education. These linguistic hegemony manifested across the academic spectrum, from what is taught to how knowledge is published and transmitted. University curriculum, it means the syllabus overwhelmingly prioritize the Western English language theories. As we am also the presenting my paper in English language, it means that how we prioritize the Western English languages, the Western thoughts, and sliding rich intellectual tradition in Sanskrit, Tamil, Bangla, and other bhashas also. Similarly, the academic publication industries rewarding English outputs, rendering vernacular scholarship marginalizing on invisible. The bases aren't just academic, they are structurally devastating Bhasha scholars and perpetuated the idea that serious knowledge must be in English. Most probably, the hierarchy materialized in the classroom where students from vernacular backgrounds are forced to navigate complex ideas in language not their own. This creates cognitive strain, silence participation, and imposes that what Ngũgĩ calls epistemic violence. Such systematic basis is embodied on the cultural bomb he warned against alienation learners from their linguistic and cultural roots. Moving to the fourth slide, that as per the National Education Policy 2022-2020 makes a pivotal moment in India's attempts to rethink its language and strategy in education. Its strong rhetoric in favor of mother tongue instruction resonated powerful with Ngũgĩ instance on linguistic decolonization. Specifically, the National Education Policy recommends that wherever possible, education be delivered in the home or local language until at least grade 5 and ideally up to the grade 8. It also encourages the revitalizing of Sanskrit and other traditional languages, signaling an intentions to reclaim indigenous epistemologies. However, the policy's transformation potential undermined by the systemic inequity. Phrases like wherever possible offer a leeway for Anglo-policy dominance to the persist, especially under the parental pressure and the market incentives. Moreover, while the translation efforts and the encouraged through institutions like Indian Institution of Translation and Interpretation, IITI, robust original scholarship in Bhasa still lack institutional support. The real challenge remains in implementing these reforms meaningful across India's diverse educational landscape. Ngũgĩ radical experimental with the Kemeruthu community thread, which engage local communities in culture and political discourse through Ngũgĩ. Find inspiring counterparts in India. As per the Ngũgĩ, Kerala's People Science Movement, KPSM, exemplifies that spirit since the 1960 KSSP has employed Malayalam to democratize science education through mass publication, history thread, and the workshop. This challenges the assumption that advanced concept requires English mirroring.
Abu Saleh, you have 2 minutes left, so please try winding up.
Okay, ma'am. Noted. Own conviction, vernacular intellectual. Moving through, the Ngũgĩ's did not stop a cricket. He demanded action, translating his legacy in the Indian context. The framework proposed the pedagogy of linguistic resistance to dismantle the colonial hierarchies embedded in language. First, the curricular or the syllabus must be overhauled and reflected indigenous frameworks with subjects like philosophy, science, history, taught the Bhasha's perspective. Simultaneously, institutionally recognized the funding of Bhasha Journal must be equalized with the English ones, prepared with an ethical translation system. In the classroom, educators should adopt a multilingual teaching strategies code switching, vernacular glosses, and assessment in Bhashas, reduce cognitive burdens to foster inclusivity. Participatory pedagogy modeled after Kumar can empower students to engage their community through localized language, rich production in knowledge. Lastly, robust institutional background through dedicated centers, digital platform, and financial incentives embed in long-term change. Ngũgĩ philosophy reminds that the battle against colonialism is not only political, it's an epistemic. In India, where English still mediates knowledge and intellectual legitimacy, these colonial legacies persist, often unseen but deeply entrenched. This research has demonstrated how the Ngũgĩ's ideas resonate powerful in the Indian context, from his critiques of linguistic alienation to his call for mother tongue education. His notion of the cultural bomb provides an urgent lenses for understanding the invisibilization of Bhasha epistemology in curricula, publishing, and pedagogy. Yet, there is a hope that NEP, National Education Policy 2022, grassroots the movement and prospered the pedagogical frame for offering.
Thank you. Your 10 minutes are up. Please conclude.
Okay, as per that, the conclusion is that the systematic shift in dismantle linguistic hierarchies and restore cultural and epistemological sovereignty. By the reclaiming our own language, we reclaim our minds. Thank you for your precious time. Here I am.
Sorry. Thank you, Abusad. Again, a paper that is, stressing on the importance of talking and teaching in languages and focusing more on our bhasha literatures and on our local languages rather than just prioritizing English, which has been the case. Thank you. That was a very good effort. The next speaker is Muthuraj Hipparagi. Are you there? Muthuraj Hipparagi. Muthuraj Hipparagi, can you hear me? If you can hear me, please tell me if you are here.
Move to the next person if he's not
Okay, so
responding.
I'll move to the next person. The next person is Dipanjana Haldar. Dipanjana, are you here? Do you have an attendance of any sort, that whether they have logged in or not, all the speakers?
Yes, it's right here. So technically, wait a sec. There are 29 people who are logged in.
Yeah, so I cannot see Dipanjana and I cannot see Muthuraj. And of course, then that just leaves us Padmapriya.
So maybe we invite Padmapriya and we'll look into
yes,
the
Padmapriya,
attendance of
are
these
you
two
now
people.
ready? Yes. Can you put this in slideshow mode? Then it'll be easier for you.
Is it visible?
Click on slideshow at the top, and on the top, where the icons are next to animations, you can just click on slideshow.
Miss Padmapriya, would you like me to share?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Share, ma'am. I don't know how to share.
Yeah, thank you. It's 2:36. Padmapriya, you may start your presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. The topic is decolonizing the classroom teaching Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o in Indian universities. Ngũgĩ is a famous Kenyan writer and post-colonial thinker. He is known for challenging the dominance of English in education. His major works include Decolonizing the Mind, Weeping Not Child, A Grain of Wheat. These texts are widely studied in post-colonial theory. His ideas help us to understand why language matters in education. They reveal the deeper effects of colonialism in our minds. This presentation explores why Ngũgĩ work is important for Indian universities. It is also looks at the difficulties of teaching decolonization through English. Teaching anti-colonial texts in colonial languages creates a paradox. This is one of the key contradictions we are going to examine. Colonial legacy in Indian education. English was introduced as a tool of colonial control through Macaulay's Bulletin 1835. It aimed to create Indians loyal to British values. Indian languages were seen as a backward and were pushed out of schools. This policy had lasting effects. English became a symbol of power, modernity, and success. Speaking it well offered better job prospects and social status. Today, English still dominates higher education and competitive exams. Many students rely it to advance their careers. This creates a divide between education and local culture. Our own languages are ignored and undervalued. Ngugi's language theory, Ngugi says language holds on memory and identity of a people. It carries their culture, history, and values. Colonial rulers replaced native languages with English to control minds. This was a powerful form of cultural domination. He calls this the cultural bomb because it makes people feel ashamed of their own culture. It destroys pride in one's heritage. Choosing to write in one's native language is a political and cultural act. It is a way of resisting colonial control. Ngugi started writing in Gikuyu instead of English. This was a stand against the dominance of colonial languages. Relevance to India. Like Kenya, India saw the suppression of native languages in education. English replaced them in schools and universities. There are many parallels between the silencing of Gikuyu in Kenya and Indian vernaculars. Both faced institutional neglect. English remains the main medium in Indian higher education. Students are expected to read and write mostly in English. This often makes the Indian identity dependent on a foreign language. Our cultural expressions are filtered through English. Ngugi work engages to rethink language choices in India. It urges a revival of respect for Indian languages. Ngugi in Indian classrooms. Ngugi works are taught in English, postcolonial studies, and comparative literature courses. There are key texts in Indian universities. There are so many, include him in their syllabus. His books are used to discuss colonialism and resistance. Decolonizing the mind is used to explain ideas like language politics and cultural identity. His novels and historical and emotional depth. However, teaching him in English contradicts his core message. This limits the full impact of his work. While students learn about decolonization, they do so using colonial language. Classroom contradictions. Students read about Ngugi's rejection of English using English texts. This creates an ironic learning experience. The message of decolonization is delivered through the very medium of its critiques. This weakens its radical edge. The contradiction is not just symbolic, it affects how students connect to the material. Some may see it as a purely academic. Students may understand the theory but feel powerless to apply it. This creates a gap between learning and doing. Without practical action, studying Ngugi can feel like a classroom exercise. The deeper goals of decolonization remain untouched. Students' reactions, they are not able to connect with their ideas to their personal experiences. They feel their mother tongue as sidelined in academic spaces. Students from English medium backgrounds often admit they rarely use their native languages seriously. This causes a sense of loss. However, most feel that English is necessary for global access and success. Giving it up feels risky. Some students support bilingual education or gradual reforms. They believe in balancing both English and vernaculars. There is a conflict between practical needs and cultural identity. This tension shapes how students receive Ngugi's messages. Interdisciplinary methods, we can translate studies to explore how languages carry meaning. This show why native languages matter in education. Comparing African and Indian authors highlights shared struggles. It connects Ngugi's ideas with Indian realities, including oral traditions, folk stories, performance help validate native knowledge. These forms were once dismissed as unscientific. Subjects like history, sociology, and political science can also include Ngugi's theories. This creates a richer understanding. These methods help decolonizing more than just literature classes. They change how we think across disciplines. We cannot remove English from education all at once. It is deeply rooted and serves important roles. But we can start small by promoting bilingual classrooms and encouraging translations. These steps are more practical. More Indian authors and regional texts should be added to curricula. This helps balance global and local perspectives. Respect for regional language must grow in both academia and society. It starts with policy and mindset shifts. Ngũgĩ's work offers guidance for gradual reform. It helped shape a vision for inclusive and liberated education. Ngũgĩ's work is relevant far beyond Africa. His insights speak to all post-colonial nations. His critiques also see how colonial structures still affect education. Language at the heart of this problem. Teaching him in Indian classrooms sparks important discussions. It challenges students to reflect critically. True decolonization is a slow and shared journey. It needs awareness, effort, and imagination. Embracing language diversity is a key to intellectual freedom. It helps reclaim identity and dignity.
Padmapriya, 7 minutes have passed, so please start winding up your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am, I completed.
You're done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Padmapriya. Again,
Thank you,
I can
ma'am, for the
see there's
opportunity that you have given me.
a common thread which has run through all these presentations which talk about decolonization and the importance of not just decolonizing the mind, but also decolonizing the language in which we are training and talking to the next generation. And of course, Ngũgĩ talks about language as a carrier of communication and language as a carrier of culture. And for most of us here, when we talk about English in India, we are talking primarily about language as a mode of communication. And we cannot deny that English is a global language. We cannot deny the fact also that English is perhaps one of the uniting modes of communication even within the country, where we speak more than 1,650 languages in a country like ours, where there are 1,650 recognized languages and dialects. So you have to find one common global language to link. But yes, even within that, what we can do is perhaps bring that into an Indian context. Because what Ngũgĩ is saying, see, we are already reading it in translation. Most of Ngũgĩ's works, except for his earlier works, we are already reading it in translation anyway. So either they get translated into the local language, but then if it is translated into a local language, how do we teach that in an English department? It can be taught in the local language departments. They can choose to teach these texts in their local translations, but in an English department, we will need to teach them in the English language. However, we will need to, as it was said this morning, you need to decolonize the mind and we need to decolonize the word. And by decolonizing the word here, we can actually bring it into the Indian context, which is at least what I try and do when I teach Ngũgĩ, or for that matter, any post-colonial text in the Indian classroom. Now, a final shout out to Mutturaj and Dipanjana. Are either of you here? So if they are not here, so we have had 3 very good presentations by Kolopi, by Abusad, and by Padmapriya, all of which have talked about the pedagogical aspect of teaching an author like Ngũgĩ in the Indian classroom. Now, so therefore, if nobody else is there, I open this field up. I open up the house for question and answers. And I guess you'll be getting some time because you'll be ahead of time now, Nandini. Yeah, any questions for either Kolopi, Abusad, or Padmapriya?
If there is no question, let me ask something. I think it's a question that we also need to ask ourselves. So, what Salman Rushdie says, and what I think has become of many of us, given the kind of schooling and further education that we've received. So, English has pretty much become your first language or a parallel language with your mother tongue. Most of us, of course, read, write, and work with our mother tongues. But then we also do the same with English. So, given that situation, where do we place ourselves? How do we place ourselves? Maybe our participants can impact on it.
And also there is a question for Abu Saad from Sharmeen Ajmal. So Sharmeen, if you are here, if you could please unmute yourself and ask Abu Saad the question. And then any of the participants can take up Nandini's question. Okay, so Sharmeen's question is, even Ngũgĩ admits later on that one cannot deny that English does enable wider academic and professional reach both within and outside India. In terms of classroom pedagogy, is there any viable framework, either in Ngũgĩ's work or outside, that you found which can address vernacularizing education without disadvantaging students? Abu Saad, this question is for you.
Going through this question, that the actual meaning of going through the wider academic professional, as we can see the Gulf countries, they are offering so many higher education in their language itself. It means that they are giving more perspective and more knowledge in their language, in Arabic language. So if we want, we can do our language or our bhashas in that theme. So we can do that theme for new terms in the class pedagogy. At that time when we are not colonized, we have that much higher education over that time. We have so many thinkers, and we have so many, just like Aristotle, Greeks, so many knowledge and epistemology has been came, just like Ibn Khaldun, and writing the Muqaddimas and all the things. So it means that we are going through that things, and we can frame as per the cookies what he said. To we can frame variable frameworks, and we can do the education things in our future endeavors also.
Thank you. Sharmeen, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much, Abu Saad. It
Thank
was a
you.
wonderful presentation.
Thank you. And so now Kibriya has said that she would like to answer Nandini's question. And so Kibriya, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I think this question is very important because Ngũgĩ himself, he grappled with the tension between access and authenticity. You know, while he advocated for privileging indigenous languages, he also acknowledged the need for students to function within the global systems. And one interesting framework in this idea was interrogative bilingualism, where he says education first grounds students in their mother tongue before systematically integrating English or other dominant languages. And outside of him, approaches like transitional bilingual education or dual language immersion programs, even in India, the tri-language immersion programs, they aim to build, strong literacy and critical thinking in vernacular first, which research shows that actually improves second language proficiency in the longer term. And the key seems to be valuing the vernacular as a legitimate medium of knowledge, not just a stepping stone to English. I hope that answers the question somewhat.
I think it's more. I think what I don't exactly expect an answer to this. Really, I expect that all of us think this through, and this should be something that we are chewing upon as we continue our discussion. So yeah, thanks so much, Kibriya. Yeah.
Dr. Sen, can I just say something?
Sure, Kalapi.
Yeah. In 2018, our college and our department actually had organized a conference on post-colonial HTML in Bankura, where from Bankura, we collected our department, Dr. Jolly Das, she's in Vidyasagar University right now. She collected a huge number of books in Alchiki. They are there in the seminar library of the department, of course. But with the present educational system, how much is it possible for us to learn our own indigenous languages, then promote that, and or rather, how much are we doing to do that? For as far as I am concerned, I am presently, since I am working on Igbo folklore and culture, I have started learning Igbo language. But the fact is that how much am I doing for my own indigenous languages in my community? I mean, how much are we doing? The question that you raised is something very poignant. How much are we doing? Because we focus on our first language, which definitely is, in most cases, is English. Then comes the second language, the mother tongue. At the most, the third language, Hindi. Other than that, as ma'am pointed out, more than 1,600 registered languages. How many languages are we ourselves trying to learn? And this was something poignant, a poignant point which was raised in 2017 at a conference in Uyo on language, indigenous language in literature in the 21st century, where this question, I had raised this question, and they said that you are lamenting, being a scholar of African literature, you are lamenting the fact that in the non-Western environments, African works, African stories, novels, drama, etc., are reduced to merely stories. Unfortunately enough, we in Africa do not read Indian writing in English at all. Very rarely it is maybe a text by Tagore or maybe an article by Gandhi, not more than that. So are we really in a position to decolonize ourselves if we think it that way?
Yeah, interesting. Like I said, let's chew upon these ideas as we move forward. Madhumita, last words from you?
Yeah.
Madhumita, are you there? Yeah,
Sorry,
last words
Nandini.
from you.
No, yeah. I was on a call which came from college. So anyway, thank you very much to all the speakers for the very, very interesting presentations. And I was really, I had thought that maybe we would have different where we could have had different perspectives, but it was very interesting that all the speakers actually were on the same track with regard to how they wanted to talk about, like, about the politics of language, about the importance of bhasha literatures, about how, and I was very, very intrigued actually about how Kolopi talked about the marginalization of Ngũgĩ's thoughts per se in West Bengal, apart from in Jadavpur University. And that I find very interesting, that why is Ngũgĩ not taught in the syllabus? Is it because he is not writing in English? And I don't know, maybe Kolopi, we can have a discussion on this later, that what is the basis on which the texts are being chosen for the syllabus? Are there only texts which are originally written in English? Because the names you gave were like Achebe, and you talked about Soenka, both of whom wrote in English. You talked, of course, about Adichie, who is American, Afro-American, and not totally African per se. And you gave one more name, which I'm forgetting right now, who is also a Ben Okri you talked about, who again
Ben
is,
Okri.
yeah, Ben Okri, who again is also, of course, not writing, sitting in Africa, who was sitting in England and writing his text. So what is the basis? Because, as somebody who has been very deeply involved in syllabus design and curriculum design in DU, as Nandini said, like, if the syllabi of POCO and African literatures that we have now, I was leading the team. Nandini was also a part of that team which designed these syllabus. So what is, would you have any idea that what is the basis on which these texts are chosen? Because
Perhaps not exactly, but sorry, yeah, please complete. I'll just
No, so this is basically what I was, because I'd noted this down because I found that very interesting when you said that point, that, and of course we are all aware that
I had actually seen this when I was doing a survey of African literature in non-Western environment in 2017, and that is when I came across very stock few selections. And in Bengal, I have seen that these texts are under new literatures in English. Now, as soon as the tagline, I personally feel, as soon
IGNO
as the
also has
tagline,
that
new
same syllabus, yes. IGNO also uses new literatures.
English comes in. Yeah. So what happens is that you tend to select those texts which have been composed originally in English, number one. Yeah. But number two is your point. Why not boogies those texts which were written in English? Isn't it? Moreover, the text Decolonizing the Mind, I personally feel, should be a major inclusion in post-colonial theory itself. Way back in 2000 till 2018, from 2015 to 2018, Lady Brabourne College had an autonomous syllabus where they had introduced the politics and politicians of English language by Chenna Achebe. And while
Lady Brabourne College had an autonomous syllabus.
The syllabus was autonomous.
Okay, very
till 2018. Yeah, and I was actually hired there to teach Black literature. So I used to teach African only. And at that point of time, I had seen that in order to teach Achebe's small essay, you have to refer to Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind, because this particular essay was an answer to his Decolonizing the Mind, where he says that for Ngũgĩ, it is now both indigenous language as well as English. For me, it was always English. It was always both indigenous as well as both. So he had localized his language.
Thank you so much, Kolopi. And we'll wind up the session now. Thank you once again to all the speakers, and I hand back over to Nandini.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhumita. And I now hand over to my young colleague, Rima, and we get started with the third session. Kolapi, you are taking over, right? So over to you, Rima and Kolapi.
Yes, I'll just briefly introduce Kolapi ma'am before we start our third technical session. So Kolapi Sen teaches in the Department of English, Rajaperi Mohan College, Uttarpara, West Bengal, India. She is a researcher of African literature and has a PhD on Chinua Achebe from Netaji Subhash Open University, Kolkata. Her research papers on African literature have been published in prestigious journals in the field like Okike, an African Journal of New Writing and African Literature Today. She has interviewed the Cain Prize winner Pete Holist and first-line critics of African literature like Ernest N. Emenyunu and Bernd Lindfors, among others. She's associated with, and her research has been acclaimed by African Literature Association, ALA USA, since 2015. Her areas of interest are African literature, Arab feminism, literary theory, restoration drama, and short stories of Bengal. She's presently researching Igbo folklore and culture. Thank you for being here and moderating or accepting the moderation for this session. We begin with our first speaker. Over to you, Kolapi.
Thank you, Rima, for introducing me, rather reintroducing me. I've already spoken a lot about myself. Thank you. Okay, so we have many presenters. To begin with, I will be requesting Jayendra Narang, research scholar, University of Delhi. Are you here, Jayendra?
Yes, ma'am. Give me a few seconds to present my presentation.
Sure. I think Rima, you will be helping him out by beginning with initiating the PPT.
Yes, if you need me to present, I can. Yes, I think he's got it.
Yes. yes.
Is my presentation is visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's 15:03 now. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. I'm Narang, PhD scholar at the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Today I am presenting my paper on indigenous knowledge and climate education, applying Ngũgĩ's philosophy to environmental pedagogy. In my introduction, the global climate crisis is not just an ecological emergency, but a crisis of knowledge of how we know, teach, and relate to the environment. Dominant framework of environmental education are rooted in Eurocentric and technocentric paradigm, often diverged from the cultural and ecological realities of indigenous communities. So, in response, this paper draw on the decolonizing philosophy of Ngũgĩ's Thiong'o, whose work on language, culture, and colonial education offers a critical pathways to rethink environmental pedagogy. Along with African and Indian thinkers, I explore how indigenous knowledge system can reframe our approach to climate education by grounding it in land-based and regeneration worldwide. These are my objectives of my paper. The primary objective of the paper is to challenge the marginalization of indigenous ecological knowledge in formal education system, which applies Ngũgĩ's ideas to environmental pedagogy, advocating for radical transformation of curriculum, methodology, and institutional values. It also argues that indigenous knowledge systems should not be seen as ancillary to Western science, but as central to just place-based and inclusive approach to environment learning. This paper also focused on the key pedagogy practices such as instruction in indigenous languages, intergenerational knowledge transmission, and land-based education. And the last, it addresses the ethical challenges of integration, including questions of consent, representation, and systematic resistance. The next slide is talking about the crisis of dominant environmental education, which the environmental education mainstreams, while significantly is often technocratic and abstract, is tend to treat the human as separate from the ecological websites. According to Ngũgĩ's book, Decolonizing the Mind, help us understand how colonial education aligned communities from languages, cultures, and language systems, replacing them with Western epistemologies. In the field of climate education, this result is a failure to engage with ecological wisdom embedded in oral traditions, rituals, and indigenous worldwide. In the next slide, we talk about Ngũgĩ's framework, language, identity, and ecological pluralism. Ngũgĩ reminds us that language is central to cultural memory and ecological understanding. In his book, Moving the Center, 1993, he argues for relocating the production of knowledge from Western institutions to indigenous communities. This is a foundation of ecological pluralism, which recognizes the coexistence of multiple ways of knowing nature. In his next book, Globaletics, he conceptualized the web of knowledge systems, non-hierarchical and mutual enriching. For climate education, he implies a pedagogy that does not merely include indigenous knowledge, but decenters it using mother tongues to convey ecological values and metaphors that are otherwise lost in translation. This slide talks about the indigenous pedagogies, realities, and concept and time. Indigenous worldwide see the environment not as resource but as keen. Time is understood not linearly but circularly, linked to the seasons, harvest, and ancestral rhythms. In his book, Something Turn and New 2009, He calls for an African Renaissance rooted in traditional wisdom and sustainable cosmologies. This perspective is chose in African communities like Dong in Mali, whose synchronize their farming from lunar cycles and spiritual cosmology, and in India, the Bisnoi community of Rajasthan, following the 15th century teachings of Guru Jambeswar, has practiced forest and wildlife protection as expression of religious devotion. This slide is talking about the applying indigenous knowledge to the climate education. As we know that incorporating the indigenous knowledge system into climate education requires a transformation of both content and pedagogy. This includes land-based learning where students engage with nature directly, and intergenerational transmission where elders play the role of knowledge keepers. Gungis insist on education in indigenous language not merely for identity but because language carries worldwide. As we are seeing here, there's a lady named Wangari Maathai. She observed sustainable or worked on sustainable environment action must begin with empowerment and education rooted in the community. Similarly, in India, there is a scholar, Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta, through his honey bee network, he preserved and promoted grassroots innovations based on traditional knowledge. Such example shows how local language system offer not only alternative but blueprint for ecological education and sustainability. These slides talk about the ethical and institutional challenges. Despite the importance of indigenous knowledge system, its incorporation into education faces challenges. There is a risk of tokenism or cosmetic appreciation where knowledge is extracted without the consent of the committee that's hold it. Nungi's book.
Yes, Jayendra, can you just start winding up? You have
Yes,
2 minutes left.
okay. As per the Nungi's book, Remembering Africa 2009, reminds us that acknowledging it in the not about including alone, it about healing historical fragmentation by restoring indigenous relationship to land, language, and memory. In what are the contemporary relevance of this topic or the Nungi's ideas? In the today's world, the climate breakdown, biodiversity loss, the resource depletion, and urgency of decolonizing environment education cannot be overstated. Indigenous communities, despite being only 5% of world population, stewed over 80% of its biodiversity, yet their knowledge system continue to be marginalized in policy, curriculum, and research. The COVID-19 pandemic and recent climate disasters further expose the fragility of our centralized industrial system and underscore the resilience of indigenous community-based practices. In my conclusion, Nungi's decolonizing philosophy, while not written specifically for climate education, offers profound insight into how we might reimagine it. His work challenges us to see indigenous languages, traditions, and cosmologies not to rely on the past, but as a source for our future. In the end, I would like to read the Nungi's quote from his book, Decolonizing the Mind. A person without memory is a person without soul. A nation without memory is a nation without soul. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayendra. In the question answer session, I would request you to brief us something on honey bee network that you have mentioned. Okay, please keep a note of that. Thank you. The next presenter is Jayesh, who is a research scholar at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Kalinga University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, India. Jayesh, are you here? Hello, Jayesh. I don't think. Rima, can you just see the attendance?
Yes, one second.
I haven't seen him actually.
No, he's not in the call. Yes.
Right. So we move on to Shubhankar Jana. I think
Yes.
Shubhankar Jana is here. Shubhankar Jana is an assistant professor, Dhupguri Girls College, affiliated to the University of North Bengal. Shubhankar, are you ready for your presentation? Shubhankar Jana? No idea. Doesn't seem who's here. Then I think I have to move on to Shubhankar. I don't think Shubhankar is here right now.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Kolapi, I
Rachel?
just would like to tell, if I may just intercede for a minute.
Please.
May I intervene for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, I just would like to tell all the participants that we had informed everybody that you are required to be there for all the sessions. And therefore, due to excellent timekeeping, we may be a little ahead of time.
Yes.
So we do expect you to be present when your names are called out. Thank you, Kalpi. Please continue.
Yes. So I would like to call Rachel John, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Devnagari. Rachel, I think you are here.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Are you ready for your presentation?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please go ahead. Okay, it is
Sure.
3:15. Your
Yes, ma'am.
time
I'm
starts
here.
now.
Yes, ma'am.
3:25.
Ma'am, what about my time, ma'am?
It begins at 3:15. Hello,
Hello.
am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Please begin, ma'am, so that we can just finish your talk at 3:25. 10 minutes. Please begin.
Ma'am, can
Yes.
I present now?
Yes, please do. Please begin.
Sure, ma'am. The topic which I would like to present is Return to Roots, Rhetoric of Language, Poetics of Resistance and Prosody of Women as Spirit and Earth of Kenyan Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's Petals of Blood and Devil on the Cross. Respected members, scholars, it's a great evening to share a tribute on Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, a continent endowed with both human and material resources, was ever highlighted as a land inflicted with diseases, hunger, illiteracy, and poverty. The struggle and trauma of a continent trying to free from the clutches of exploitation, slavery, and oppression were not known to other parts of the world, until writers like Ngũgĩ felt the need to muster people to fight collectively against the forces that thwart the growth of a country. Didactic in nature, Ngũgĩ felt the very need to direct every member of the society to be a part of an organized body in fighting for freedom. He was the voice of the voiceless, oppressed people, and the intention was to challenge the ruling class. Ngũgĩ has used literature as a tool for recreating history. He believed that the economic philosophy of Karl Marx was best suited for the post-independent Kenya. Following the principle of famine, violence was the only means by which the oppressed can win back his manhood and emotional wholeness. And novels are stamped with a sense of responsibility towards a society in which he lived, and strongly believed that a writer is inseparable from the political and economic arrangement of his country. My paper examines the narrative techniques in the light of African oral tradition and its significance in reimagining the country, and the politics of resistance amongst the workers, as well as the characterization of women as custodians of spirit and earth of Kenya in selected novels such as Petals of Blood and Devil on the Cross. Every writer is a part of the society in which one lives and has a responsibility towards it. African writers have used literature as a weapon to consciously awaken the oppressed people. Land has been picturized as a metaphor of life in African societies. Being the source of livelihood, the land was captured by white settlers. The physical and mental agony experienced by the people affected Ngũgĩ. The writer identified peasantry as belonging to the most exploited class and believed that he had the potential to bring revolutionary changes in the post-colonial state. He wanted people to know, realize, and believe that revolutionary changes can be brought in the post-colonial state. Writing the history of Kenya, Ngũgĩ brings to the forefront the resistance of people of Kenya. Petals of Blood, set in post-independent Kenya, brings out the clash of values which affect both society and the individual. Post-independent Kenya is depicted as a country ruled by money. Ngũgĩ employs female images to show historical continuity and how traditional values find expression in contemporary society. Portrayal of Wanja as a barmaid and prostitute is a complex picture, reducing women to a commodity. And Africa has been reduced to nothing and has been exploited like a war in the hands of neo-colonialists. Wanja was never an innocent victim. Highly sensitive from childhood, she had the quality of rivalry in her. She was beaten up for talking to a boy, and she wanted to inflict pain on her parents and decides to bring disgrace to them. And she gets pregnant. Exploited by the men she encounters, Wanja demonstrates how the life of an innocent girl is driven and how it can lead a ruinous life. Brave and courageous, Ngũgĩ's heroines have always been in the forefront of social change. A true modern in every sense, Wanja embraces change. She arrives at Ilmokbaika with the modern possessions. Her efforts to revive Abdullah's shop in turn results in the economic growth of Ilmu. She herself becomes a barmaid in a shop and revives the brewing of Tengeta. Unbothered of beauty, she is out onto the fields, working in the fields, even in the sun. Wanja experiences a woman's craving for true love when she falls in love with Karega and sincerely longs to be a mother. Her failure in love distorts her identity. With the opening of a war house, she asserts her rebellious nature and proves her resistance. The war house is a trap she sets to capture the capitalist and never forgives Chimera for exploiting her twice. With the murder of Chimera, Wanja sets fire to the war house. Wanja comes out of fire in a courageous manner. She renounces her rebellious spirit and exploitative nature and reconciles with her mother. Wanja is not a stereotypical traditional woman who will remain a passive spectator, but a man who's courageous and protects injustice.
Ma'am, you
Yes.
have 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank
She
you.
faces defeat and enables her to wreak revenge on Chimera, who ruined her life. A promising future filled with hope, her struggles come to an end. Her fertility is associated with the fertility of Mother Africa, and her independence is associated with the independence of Africa, that which is to be freed from capitalists. Indra Sena Reddy sums up the character of Wanja as Wanja, despised as a fallen woman, is a veritable source of solace and strength to other characters at crucial stages. She gathers all strength and valor to murder the tycoon Chimera by marrying Abdullah, the cripple, she buries her past, displaying rare nobility and courage. She's proud to be the mother of Abdullah's child, the representative of new progeny of a brave new world. When it comes to Ngugi's first novel in Ngũgĩ, dedicated to all Kenyans struggling against the neo-colonial stage of imperialism. Waringa, the central character, is the secretary of Boss Kira, who threw her out of job for not being his sugar girl. But on her journey towards her hometown Ilmok, her nationalist spirit slowly gets kindled. Early in her childhood, she becomes a prey to the lust of a rich old man. Waringa's sexuality made her commodity by men whom she encounters. Falling in love with Gutira accompanies her to the Devil's Feast, a competition for robbers and thieves. Considering that her fiancé's father was the one who deceived her as a schoolgirl and made her pregnant, she takes control of the situation and kills him. Novel employs the technique of oral narration, where the writer distances himself from the work and creates an impression that narrator is different from the author. The story of the novel is in the form of a narration by its player called Prophet of Justus. Ngũgĩ assigns a male artist the task of narrating the story of a heroine. Devil on the Cross evolves on issues like identity, exploitation, religion, and culture. Role of a man and woman in a society proves to be a complicated one where a woman becomes commodity. Ngũgĩ was conscious of the society in which he lived. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am,
I'm
10
summing up.
minutes have passed. Yes, please wind it up within a minute.
Yes, creates an awareness of situation. As L.K. Boehmer mentioned, African writers have tended to concentrate on themes of national self-assertion and struggle. Relative to the liberation of a nation, the emancipation of women has been rated as of secondary importance. For this reason,
You have to just wind up.
exhaustion to include women in his vision of a Kenyan liberated from neo-colonial domination. Thank you, organizers, for giving such a wonderful opportunity. It had been a great wish to get associated with Dr. Mala Pandurang. And thank you all for such a wonderful opportunity. I cannot be without saying that this is indeed a great forum, remembering the efforts of Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o, which is in fact an example which all academicians like us should. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Shubhamal RS. I saw him there online. Shubhamal RS, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes. She's an assistant professor, Satyabhama Institute of Science and Technology, Sri Perumbudur, Tamil Nadu. Please begin your presentation. It is 15:27 now on my watch. You get time till 15:37.
Oh, okay. Okay, ma'am. A warm good evening to everyone. And I'm very happy because it's a very wonderful day. And I got a lot about Ngũgĩ and the African literature. And I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my paper as a tribute to the great author. And here I starts my paper. I hope the screen is visible. Is it visible, the screen? Am I audible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. My paper is titled Cultural Othering in Ngũgĩ wa Thiong'o's works, The River Between a Grain of Wheat and Petals of Blood.
Actually, my paper here concentrating on the topic of the cultural othering, because this particular topic is talking about how Ngũgĩ has talked about the concept of othering, and it will be a very advantageous one for all the scholars and the people who are studying about the concept of post-colonialism, because it talks about how Ngũgĩ has talked about the concept of othering and how he has handled this concept to talk about the resistance, the insight of the African culture, the insight and the mode of things that has happened, and the problems and their identity crisis issues, everything faced by the natives. And this colonial and the post-colonial issues are very clear in all over the third world countries. This is actually, I think, the cultural part is also has to be highlighted. So here, let me start with the concept of othering. Actually, it is a very vibrant platform across the social, psychological, philosophical, and political discourse as a means of understanding the stigma of marginalization experienced by individual groups. And when we are talking about the othering, the concept is actually connected. The roots of the concept is actually connected with the ideas of philosophy by the famous philosophers Hegel, and he is connecting it with the dialectic of self. And another one, it has Stuart Mill. He is trying to connect the concept of other with the individual freedom. Then the other one, the Edmund Husserl, is connecting it with the altered ego. And all these people are trying to identify other as a constant element in recognizing both difference and identity. And later, in the post-colonial era, it became the concept became so popular, and so many theorists, literary theorists, and social thinkers and all use this, like Simone de Beauvoir, Francis Fanon, Michel Foucault, and Edward Said, talked about other. And here I would like to connect the concept of imperialism or Orientalism put forward by Edward Said, and through that I would like to connect the concept of other in the works of Ngũgĩ. And I particularly would like to concentrate on the idea of other as a mysterious, irrational, and backward, fixing Eastern societies in stereotypes that served political and economic agendas there. And here, when I comes to this writer, the Ngũgĩ, the most prominent post-colonial writers and theorists, is powerfully employing the concept of othering in his narratives to present a realistic and nuanced picture of African life during and after the colonial rule. His works offer a deep critique of Western imperialism and its pervasive cultural domination, particularly in areas such as language, education, religion, politics, and social values. Ngũgĩ exposes how colonial forces systematically portrayed African customs and traditions as
If we may
barbaric,
pause the
irrational.
timing, because I think your presentation is not moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, its tradition is barbaric, irrational, and uncivilized, thereby constructing a false narrative of African inferiority. And his novels, such as The River Between Petals of Blood and A Grain of Wheat, directly challenge these colonial misrepresentations by highlighting the depth, wisdom, and complexity of African societies. He emphasizes the brutal psychological and physical impacts of colonialism, including the deliberate manipulation of African minds through imposed languages and educational systems by alienating people from their heritage. And now I'm concentrating on this when I'm talking about these novels. The first one, River Between, and Ngũgĩ is powerfully portraying the theme of cultural other, acting with the ideas of religious oppression. And this religious oppression is clearly visible in all the third world countries there. And in this particular novel, he is connecting with the clash with the Christianity and the indigenous individual belief systems there. When the westernization comes there, they're connecting all this, the native culture as barbaric. And here also the Christian missionaries who are coming with a name of educators or reformers, they are actually trying here, they symbolizes the broader Western imperial discourse, where the Kikyu rituals, particularly the ritual mentioned there is circumcision are labeled as savage and immoral there. And thus they are legitimizing their erasure under the guise of moral and spiritual form. This actually reflecting to the Edwards theory of Orientalism, which argues that colonialist cultures are depicted as inferior in order to justify their domination. The missionaries' so-called civilizing mission.
Ma'am, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay. Actually, they are particularly talking about the civilization mission, and through this mission, they are actually trying into the roots of African culture and trying to erase their nativity and trying to establish their own Western tradition. And in the novel, Grain will be this connecting with the psychological aspects of it. And here you can see the novel predicts the colonial tendency to rewrite anti-colonial resistance as terrorism, portraying the freedom fighters, the Mau freedom fighters, not as heroes, but as criminals and savages. This actually mirrors the Edward Say's analysis of imperial discourse, where colonizers maintain control by denying legitimacy to native resistance and framing it as irrational violence. The character there is particularly symbolizing not simply as the African culture, but it is a person symbolizing the entire third world countries there, and his struggles and identity crisis and the problems, self-hatred, everything is very clear in this particular novel there. And in the next one, the othering in economic othering in the Petals of Blood is talking about the economic problems and the sufferings and the cultural imperialism persistent even after post independence. That means after the political independence, the problems are continuing there. The novel reveals that how the newly emergent capitalist elite deploys the Western models of development by marginalizing traditional African values and communal ways of life. This internalized form of othering demonstrates how imperial ideologies are sustained by local leaders, by calling Edward Said's argument that imperialism serves through cultural and economic dominance long before colonizers depart. The transformation of the Imog into a tourist hub actually symbolizing the commodification of African culture for Western consumption. And then the indigenous customs are reduced to exotic spectacles, and local people are subjected and dehumanized there, rendered as passive participants in their own land. I would like to summarize my topic. Through these novels, we can see deep psychological and sociological effects of colonialism on native Africans. His works reveal how cultural othering leads to identity crisis, alienation, and internalization of inferiority among individuals and communities. The disintegration of indigenous tradition, beliefs, and languages under the pressure of Western imperialism results in fractured identities and loss of cultural self-worth. Ngũgĩ also predicts the creation of hybrid identities imposed rather than chosen, which disallows the self and the trapped individuals in a liminal space between colonizer and the colonized. The tension actually created between the inherited traditions and foreign values reflects the enduring legacy of imperial dominance, even in the post-independent era. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Rajak Hussain, who's a PG scholar, Darul Huda Islamic University. Rajak, you may please start your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am.
It's 1537. May begin 1538 to 1548. That is okay. Please begin.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am?
Audible but not visible. Yes. Yes. Please begin.
So I'm very happy and pleasure to get a chance in such kind of conference. So my topic is Strangers of the Soil, Exile, Nation and Resistance in the work of Ngũgĩ Thiong'o and Badr Shakir Asayam. So firstly, introduction. These people look at the common themes of exile, nation, and resistance in the writing of two great writers, Ngũgĩ Thiong'o from Kenya and Badr Shakir Asayam from Iraq. Although they came from different places and his stories, both writers talk about feeling far from home and missing their country. So this paper compares their work and show how exile gave them the strength to write about identity, resistance, and hope. So firstly, I will introduce about the Ngũgĩ
Mr.
Thiong'o.
Sen, would you like me to present your PPT?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Ma'am, just I send my PPT.
Yes.
Are you looking? Ma'am, you are looking my PPT? Hello, ma'am?
Yes, it's loading. It's on screen.
Yeah. So first I will introduce about the Ngũgĩ Thiong'o, language, exile, and national culture. Ngũgĩ Ngũgĩ had lived Kenya in 1982 because of his political ideas and his theater work. His play I Will Marry When I Want and Nobel Patterns of Blood were seen as threats by the Kenyan government. He was even put in jail. After that, he decided to stop writing in English and began writing in his own language, Jikuo. In his book Decolonizing the Mind, he said language is very important to culture and identity. He believed that using English erased African culture and memory. One of his famous plays, The Trial of Dedan Kimathi, show how a freedom fighters stay strong during torture. This play is not just art, it is also a message of resistance. It shows how literature can fight back injustice. So after that, I will discuss Badr Shakir Sayyab and his work, a short introduction. Badr Shakir Sayyab was a famous Iraqi poet and one of pioneers of modern Arabic free verse poetry. He was born in a village near Basra. He studied in Basra and became a teacher but was removed from his job because of his political views. Asayeb was active in politics, especially during protests in Iraq, because of his connection with the Communist Party and his bold poetry. He was often in trouble with the government. He had to flee Iraq and live in exile in a places like Iran, Kuwait. His poetry often spoke about exile, longing for home, and pain of his country under dictatorship. One of his most famous work in Rain Song, which won a top prize and made him widely respected across the Arab world. Later in his life, he became very ill with a nerve disease and died in a hospital in Kuwait in 1964. After next PPT, next slide is Badr Shakir Sayyab, alienations, national longing, and poetic resistance. Badr Shakir Sayyab was one of the first poets in Arab world to write free verse poetry. Born in Iraq in 1926, he joined different political groups and was often arrested or forced to run away. His poet, A Stranger on the Gulf, talked about his pain of being far from Iraq. His poem talked about both personal sadness and his country's pain. He wrote about Iraq's problems under cruel leaders in poems like the Grave Digger. He shows how bad leadership destroys both land and people. Even though he was poor and sick in exile, He never stopped loving his country. He used symbols like Prometheans and Christ to show how poets suffer from others. His poems show him as a voice for Iraq, crying for freedom like Ngũgĩ. He used writing to resist injustice. Next slide. Comparative analyze exile as creative force. Both Ngũgĩ and Sayyab show that exile can make writers even more powerful. For Ngũgĩ, being in exile made him more determined to protect African language. And Sayyab exile gave him a stronger emotion to write poetry filled with longing and resistance. And common themes between them that both are exiled from their homeland. Exile and homeland. Both writers miss their homeland and dreams of going back. Resistance through arts. They use writing to speak against unfair rule and cultural loss. No compromise. They refuse to accept unfair system even when it costs them their freedom. Next, keeping national memories. Their works hold the stories and dreams of their people. After next slide, their major works. Firstly, Ngũgĩ Thiong'o, his first work is Decolonizing the Mind. It is published in 1986. Essays on cultural exile and language as resistance. Next on the Trial of Dedan Kimathi, play about Kenya resistance, hero and anti-colonial struggle. Next, Patterns of Blood, novel criticizing post-colonial betrayals and neo-colonialism. And after that, Badr Shakir Sayyab, his major work is Stranger on the Gulf, a poem filled with exile, homesickness, and longing for Iraq. Next one is The Rain Song, celebrates Iraqi land and people, reflects political hope and despair. Next, The Grave Digger, a poetic metaphor for national decline and political betrayal. So, conclusion of this paper: Strangers of the Soil. Ngũgĩ Thiong'o and Badr Shakir Sayyab turned exile and suffering into powerful literary resistance. Both writers use language, memory, and culture to fight colonialism and dictatorship. Their works preserve the pain and hope of their people, becoming voices of national identity. Exile did not silence them, it made their commitment to freedom and justice stronger. They remind us that literature can challenge oppression, protect identity, and inspire revolution.
Yes, please wind up. You have 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah. So it is my paper. Just I presented before you. I am so thankful to be a part of this paper. I also thankful ma'am to get a chance in this conference. And from here I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Hussein, for introducing and comparing two writers who have a similar thought process, definitely in different frames of exile. Can we have Jayesh or Shubhankar Jana? Rima, can you please check once because I didn't see them online a few minutes ago.
No, doctor, I don't think they are in.
They are in. Okay. So now I wish to open the question answer session to the house or any of our paper presenters. I had personally requested Jaindra in the beginning to just highlight a bit on the honeybee network that he was talking of. Jaindra, are you here? Any other question maybe from the others present over here? Or let me just open the floor for comment discussion. Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah.
Jayendra, are you here? Yes, please.
I have a question that
Yes,
any
ma'am.
one of the presenters could take up. It's very interesting that they're from different parts of the country, from different levels of education, undergraduate, postgraduate, research scholars. What I would be very interested in knowing is how do the students in your classroom receive these texts? Because all the presentations are linking Ngũgĩ's work to contemporary issues that are happening around us also. So if any one of you could maybe just share student responses to Ngũgĩ when you're teaching these texts.
May I take this up? Ma'am, may I take this up? Caller, please.
Yes, surely.
Yes. Mostly, I teach in the post graduation level. I teach African texts. I teach since it is in the syllabus. I teach Adichie and Chinua Achebe. Other than that, prior to the introduction of African literature and the debate of language, of course, I personally, on a personal level, I introduce the students both at the PG and the UG levels to the conflict of language and the use of indigenous languages in composing literary works and all, because this is something which we also have in India. The Indian writing in English and Indian literature in translation that they are supposed to do at both the UG and the PG levels. So while doing that, while introducing them to post-colonial literatures as such, I take up and extensively discuss decolonizing the mind for them to get this idea, because one main issue in the localization in the localization of English language by the African writers, especially in Things Fall Apart, which is a primary text in the UG level, it has to be mentioned, I feel, or else they don't understand the relevance of those Igbo words used within the conversational passages of written in English, like Okonkwo asking his wife, "Since when did you become one of the Ndichi?" So, in order to teach these texts, I use Decolonizing the Mind as a major text of discussion. The students, some, of course, I should be honest about that, not all, but get influenced by these detailed discussion. However, people who are not that much aware, I feel, of African literature extensively as any researcher of African literature or scholar of African literature as a teacher would be able to guide them through. But definitely with these various conferences on African literature coming up, I think the situation with the students also will change. Not exactly now, maybe 10 years from now, but it will change. And I think it is again up to us how we promote it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was a very interesting response.
Thank you, ma'am.
So if there are no other responses, maybe we could move towards the closing of the
Yes, ma'am.
session.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity to moderate a session and also be a participant today. I'll also be joining on Monday for more interesting approaches. But prior to that, Jaindra, I think, was waiting to tell us something on the honeybee network that I had asked him. Jaindra. I don't think he is here, or is he? So should we call it a day, ma'am?
I think so. I think everybody's been here from morning, and there's been so much to take in, so much to assimilate, so much to enjoy, new ideas,
So
new
over to you.
perspectives.
Yes, over to you.
Yeah, so much. And
Over to
so
you,
we
ma'am.
meet
Thank
again
you.
on Monday for the last 2 technical sessions of this conference. Thank you, everybody. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Kalki. Very well moderated session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Rima, you may close the room.
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell Nitin sir to close it.